Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching third part of What If Naruto Was Trained by Ninjas from Another World. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to the channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Sasuke looked at his teammate and asked, "What's with all the clones?" Naruto had just made about 100 of them and put them in the forest of death. With smiles on their faces, they all went their separate ways. The three people were up high in the trees and looking down at the forest below. Sakura and Sasuke had also made one. All of their copies had jumped to the ground with one of Naruto's. Sakura agreed and looked like she was calm on her branch. "Yeah. The last time I remember seeing you make that many was when we were potato digging." The nin with the hood shrugged. "I'm stealing the scrolls." Sasuke made a face. "Huh? Isn't that a bit much to find one of those heaven scrolls?" His teammate looked shocked. "Nah, all of them." Both of his teammates had big eyes. "Huh?" Naruto laughed. "What? Why not?" She rolled her eyes. "So, what's the plan then?" Sasuke gave Naruto a mean look. "I guess we start heading for that tower. It's probably where everyone else will go." A group of three nin looked at the trees around them. "What's our plan?" they asked. Everyone was wearing a mask and a black leotard. There was one with black hair, one with blonde hair that was spiked, and one with a shaved head. The bald one just shrugged. He was leaning against a tree root and said, "Well, there are three rookie teams." There were huge trees and most of the plants were huge. He put the bag on his hip and said, "We now have an earth scroll. We need to find a heaven scroll." The blonde girl with spiked hair nodded. "Okay, that should be easy. We need to move quickly, because those newbies probably won't have their scrolls for long." But none of them saw the hand from the bushes on the other side of the tree root slip into the bag, pull out the scroll, and return to the bushes. Naruto was sitting quite happily on a branch of a tree high above the ground in the forest. So far, their three clones had not had any problems. Sakura gave Naruto a frown. "Well, we've got 4 heaven scrolls and 6 earth scrolls so far." The blonde ninja said, "Yes. Yup. Each of us has a copy of both now." Sasuke laughed. "Our clones on the ground should have enough supplies gathered. We'll be all right for the night, it seems." The kunoichi gave a nod. "Yeah. There isn't much daylight left. Are we going to try and sleep up here?" Naruto turned his head away. "No, I've broken all but one of my jutsu for the night," he said. He looked a little tired. Sasuke looked at the sky. "Yeah. 16 scrolls are still out there, and we've not covered much ground." Sakura turned her head to look at the floor. "Do we need all of them? Maybe we shouldn't be so greedy?" Naruto knew that what was said was wise. He wasn't sure what to do and didn't see a reason to teach them. "Yeah. Well, I sort of agree. We'll keep moving towards the tower. We'll go in and finish this when we get there no matter what, if we get them all or not." Sasuke made a face and looked at the hooded nin. It wasn't like him to sit with them in plain sight for that long. "We should hurry then." The kunoichi turned her head. "No. We should still move carefully, even if it takes more time. The closer we get to that tower, the more traps there will be." Naruto smiled and nodded. "She's right. Besides, I've had it pretty easy so far. Most of the nin I've taken these from were sitting around and planning out their strategies, or gathering supplies. They'll be on the move tomorrow, trying to recover what they've lost, or get the scroll they're missing. I doubt many of the others here have both yet. We've got an advantage right now." He noticed his fist. "We shouldn't waste it." Sasuke made a face and nodded. "Still, the longer we're out here, the more dangerous it becomes." Naruto began to move toward the ground. "We should head for ground. We need to eat, and I've got to rest up. I'm pretty tired, I've had clones running around for most of the day. We'll take turns keeping watch while the others rest. I doubt we'll get much sleep though." Both of his teammates went after him. When they got to the ground, their supplies were already there. When they tried to hide a store, they broke their jutsu. They all knew where to go, and it was well hidden in the bushes. Even though Naruto didn't say anything, he already had 14 of the scrolls. They were hidden in 2 groups in different places in the woods. He hadn't talked to anyone directly, but he had been following a few teams around. We were waiting for them to say who had the scroll and where it was. It was passed around by some teams, kept in bags that one or more members carried around, and stuck to some players' uniforms. It wasn't simple, but it wasn't too hard either. He only had to make a few small noises, like throwing a rock or breaking a stick nearby, to get his attention so far. He had lost a few clones to kunai, but no one had seen him yet. As soon as they noticed him, they would often form a defensive circle and keep an eye on every direction. It had been pretty simple to get them to say who had the scroll. The carrier stayed out of the way while the others looked into things. A lot of the time, they would also give it to the team leader, who was the strongest person and gave orders. It wasn't hard to make them suspicious enough to get someone to give direction and hand signals. When they got too scared, the person carrying the scroll always tried to hide. That's when he struck and snuck in to rob them. 2 of them were taken from teams that were fighting with other teams. He didn't think he needed to change anything, and it didn't bother him if he missed a few sets. Sakura looked at Naruto while sitting in front of a small fire. "You're just a clone, aren't you?" He looked at her and then blinked. "Yeah. So?" He turned over one of the fish they were cooking. "He'll be fine." He took some meat off on his own. "It's better this way. We're more secure if one of us isn't really here." Naruto gave a nod. "That way, if something happens, I can slip in and get us out of it." "Don't worry." The girl said, "Yes. Yeah. I get it. It's not dark yet. Are you sure we should be making a fire now?" The nin with thick raven hair nodded. "We're better off without one once it gets dark. It will be easier to see once there's no other light." Everyone ate and hung out while the fire went out. Nothing was done to start it up again, and the sun was shining through the trees. Beams of orange light could be seen going through the gray wood. They left the area where they were cooking and went to a nearby, more hidden spot. Around them were bushes, and there was a big tree with roots that would cover them on 3 sides. In front of them, there was a clearing that was about 15 feet wide. Everything was calm as they sat down between 2 of the bigger roots and lounged around it. Sasuke looked at his friends and said, "Listen, I'll hold the scroll." He took the heaven scroll from Naruto and nodded. "Right, I guess I've got the first watch then? That way, we won't lose it if someone surprises us." Sakura gave her a knee hug. "We should wait until it's a bit darker before we try and get any sleep. We'll need a password, in case the one who's on watch gets ambushed." Naruto gave a nod. "Right. Something simple to remember." Sasuke just shrugged. "What then?" A smile came from Naruto. Line 18. The group gave each other a nod. The Naruto got up. He walked toward the bushes and said, "I need to go to the bathroom." After a short time, Naruto came back out of the woods. Someone glared at Sasuke from behind as he jumped to his feet. "What's the password?" Naruto was happy. Line 18. Sasuke rolled his eyes and threw his teammate a kunai. As Sakura turned into a blur of movement, he threw 2 more over his head at the nin with the hood. Naruto dodged and shifted to the side, his face showing that he was confused and angry. It looked like the pink-haired Kunoichi was gone. Sasuke let out a growl. Wrong answer. Naruto was down on his knees and growled. "Huh? I get it, some sort of code." The nin with raven hair smiled. "Right. All 3 of us know the right phrase. We knew you were listening in underground the whole time." The nin with the hood stood up and seemed to get about 3 feet taller. He dressed in white robes and had long dark hair. He smiled at them and had a very long tongue. He swallowed the whole thing and wrapped his tongue around it. "Clever. You guys want my earth scroll? Hey. We'll fight to the death for it." Sasuke stopped moving. When a kunai hit him in the forehead, his eyes went wide. Genjutsu. He knew right away it was all a trick. He closed his eyes and rolled away when he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He took the kunai out of his leg and threw it and 2 more at the stranger. Hey, you'll have to do better. The tall person moved away and looked amused. Well, impressive. You knew physical pain would break that jutsu. You're quite clever. Sasuke made a face and glared at the tall person. From behind, Sakura stabbed him in the leg. She was no longer visible. The girl jumped out of the bushes as if to answer. She was chased by a huge snake with its mouth wide open. She threw a bunch of shuriken at the beast, and they all hit it in the mouth and killed it. When she got to the ground, she frowned as she saw the tall, dangerous enemy. Who the hell is this guy? In its place, the tall figure rose from under the skin of the dead snake, not where it had been before. Sakura sat down next to Sasuke after he growled. The enemy nin gave them a smile. You guys shouldn't be so relaxed. Prey should always run away in the presence of a predator. Sasuke laughed. A predator, he says? The tall person got a little confused and jumped to the side. A black blur with a sword in his hand split the area he used to be in half. The enemy that looked like a snake growled when he saw the hooded nin look at him. He then ran off into the bushes. What the hell? So you got away from my... He looked at her with another shocked look as a huge shadow fell over him. It looked like the body of a huge snake fell on top of him like a huge tree. The creature's head was gone, cut off completely. Sasuke gave his arm a pump. Did we get him? He stood still when he heard a voice from behind him. Afraid not. The tall enemy nin grabbed him by the shoulders, but then the enemy nin disappeared in front of him. What? He asked as three kunai came at him and almost hit him in the back. As a cut showed up on his cheek, he growled. Sasuke was squatting on a low branch. You must think we're stupid. The snake man laughed. I see. You spotted me escaping with the Sharingan. I must say, you're better with those eyes than I expected. She jumped up from the ground behind him. The man was shocked as coils of wire wrapped around his neck and body. When the kunoichi landed behind him, she quickly jerked her arms apart. Asshole. She gasped as the wire cut through her skin. Sasuke threw two kunai at the girl and pushed her out of harm's way. The girl felt a blow to her side. The tall person had come up behind her and ducked backwards. He growled as he kicked the boy with raven hair away and stood up, avoiding the weapons while attacking at the same time. Sakura was lying next to him on the ground, and Sasuke was lying 5 feet away on his back. When the enemy nin looked over his shoulder, he saw a cut in the ground right below where his neck had been. It was no longer caused by the black blur. Sneaky little. The boy from Uchiha jumped up and threw 3 weapons at the enemy. The enemy nin did a perfect job of dodging all 3, but then he stopped when he realized that they were all connected by strings. What? He turned his head and grabbed one of the bigger shuriken out of the air with his teeth. It had changed direction in the air and came back behind him like a yo. Yo. Hey. You're impressive. I'll. Sasuke smiled as he bit down on the string that was attached to the weapon. Bah, dragon's fire. The string lit up, and the enemy nin's face was on fire in an instant. After making a painful noise, the enemy stood there. Hey. You're able to use those eyes this well at such an age? You really are brothers. I sense a power in those eyes to surpass Itachi. The Uchiha boy growled as his look got even worse. She rushed the enemy from the side as she came out of the bushes, where he couldn't see her. She fell to her back, and her kunai smashed into the ground as the enemy's arm hit her. He hadn't even looked at her, so she sat up and frowned. Sasuke moved forward. With wide eyes, he asked, "Who the hell are you anyway?" He couldn't move. Similar to the other person, Sakura was stuck on the ground, sitting half way up. No. I can't move, and she's. My name is Orochimaru. If you ever want to see me again, survive this exam. You'll have to defeat my 3 sound ninja on their way here as well. The unknown enemy started making hand signs for a jutsu, and Sakura growled at them. What? We never want to see your face again. Orochimaru laughed. Who are you talking to, you jerk? He snapped his neck back and his mouth opened wide, showing his fangs. He charged at Sasuke. The young boy from Uchiha was shocked. He felt a strong blow to the side, and when he hit the ground, the jutsu broke. He looked up. What? Naruto looked pretty shocked. He quickly said, "Gah. What the hell? Gross." Because the enemy nin had bit him on the shoulder. The head of Orochimaru pulled back in on itself. That jutsu wouldn't work for a while, and he missed his target. No. What have you done? You little brat. I'll kill you. Naruto fell to his knees and grabbed his wound in disgusted pain as the tall nin rushed up to him. The angry ninja stared at Naruto with eyes that looked like they were cut open. Sasuke was shocked. He rushed forward with a sword out of his mouth and an angry look on his face. The enemy got Naruto's sword and threw it across the dust. They then pinned him to the ground through the chest. The pain made Naruto scream. He looked up at the enemy in anger and grabbed the blade. Blood shot from his mouth. Bastard. His eyes had turned red, and a strange glow appeared around his body. He looked at Sasuke with his head turned. Get the hell out of here. Now. I can't hold it. He jumped up and threw 2 kunai at Orochimaru, making a noise as he did so. The man who looked like a snake jumped back and pulled his sword out of Naruto's hand. He looked confused. He started to run away and said, "What the hell? Oh shit." Sasuke snapped his eyes open and looked down at Naruto. It looked like the glow around his body was taking in all the light in the room, even though it was getting brighter. Huh? Sakura came up to him and looked at their dead friend with horror. She yelled, "Run!" and grabbed Sasuke, pulling him into the woods away from the scene of the crime. Sasuke took a quick look back. No. That jerk. Why did he do that? He turned around to go back, but a loud boom cut the air. His feet seemed to lift off the ground, and he landed on top of Sakura. A shock wave threw them both 10 feet into the trees. Branches and other things flew at both of them. For a long time, they both stood still. Sasuke was the first to wake up and open his eyes. It scared him so much to see the mess in front of him. The ground was full of broken glass and other things. What the hell was that? Sakura was getting stronger. Naruto? Naruto. They both stumbled over to the scene and saw that the ground was full of broken branches, small stones, and dirt. Sasuke seemed shocked and lost. What the hell was that? The girl began to stumble into the mess. She searched through the mess with tears in her eyes and said, "Come on. Maybe we can find him." It was a mess, and Sasuke was having the same trouble as her because his legs were still a little weak. Damn him. Why the hell did he? I'll kill him if he's still alive. That jerk. Naruto let out a painful groan. He did not know what took place. He was sitting in a place he knew well, and it was getting dark. What? I'm asleep? He asked. The gates inside him stood in front of him. A mean sounding laugh could be heard through the bars. No kid. You're about dead. You've picked up a nasty curse too. You don't have much chance of surviving it, the wound is bad, but the curse. Well, put the two together, and you're as good as dead. Hey. The kid got up quickly. No. Sakura. Sasuke. He looked at the gates. The voice spoke again. He had heard it before, swearing and asking for food, but never in a normal conversational way. You can't help them. They should be okay. That guy ran off after him. Hey. The demon fox had never told him more than the name of an animal it wanted to eat. He had been here before in his dreams and meditations, and he had tried to talk to it. It hadn't paid much attention to him. He sat down and looked at his knees. He was shaking, and it was getting cold. His chest was getting tight, and he could see blood running down his arms. No. I remember. A dark light. And then. It hurt. The demon outside the gate laughed again. Yup. You're messed up pretty bad. He yelled when he saw that he had been stabbed in the chest. He had a hard time breathing, and he gasped in shock as he tried. He was still able to get by, but it was getting harder and harder. The animal looked like it was having fun. Fun stuff, huh? His eyes were filled with tears. I'm gonna die? When he looked up, the feeling that he was dying went away. He could only see the beast's eyes as it looked at him through the gate. Yeah. It's been fun. Not even I can heal all that. Well. Sort of. The boy had his hands on his chest. He looked very pale and was shaking. What? The thing was amused by him and where he was. Naruto smelled the air and felt what he thought was a hot breeze moving in and out of the bars. Tell you what, you've been good to me. You talk to me, even though it's been annoying, and you get me what I want to eat. I've been picking hard game on purpose, but you always come through. Good job on that deer liver last time. Really hit the spot. I'll make you a deal. All you've got to do is come inside, and hear me out. With a stumble, Uzumaki moved back away from the gate. It moved toward the bars. Come on, kid. You're already almost dead. What's the worst that can happen? Naruto stopped moving and looked down at his bloody hands. He was feeling like he was going to die again. He was cold and numb. The thing walked toward him, and he could see its dark eyes staring at him. I've had it pretty good considering. Sucks to be in here, I hate it, but you've not been too bad. My kind of guy really, all those pranks have been fun. You could say I'm mischievous by my very nature. Hey. The nin made a face. You're not interested in friends. No, but it's good for me if you don't die. I can help you, but it will cost you. It will even get rid of that nasty curse you picked up. You jerk, messing with what's mine. It was sitting in jail and staring at him. Come on in. Hurry up, you've not got much time. You won't die as fast inside the seal. It'll keep you here a bit longer. The boy took a deep breath. He could barely walk through the bars before he fell to his knees. He had blood coming out of his lips. When he looked up, he saw a huge scroll that looked a lot like the one he had used to learn Shadow Clone. It was black paper with red writing on it. Here's the deal. We're gonna make a contract. A deal. He gave the thing a frown. What sort of contract? If you sign this, I'll give you a gift. You must protect it at all costs. I can help you, but it will cost you. The creature narrowed its eyes until they were just thin slits. It almost knocked him over with its sniff. Cost me what? He was having a hard time standing up. He could feel that he was getting weaker. You'll be mine. You'll never be able to get married or sign a contract with anyone or anything else. The animal's nose pushed him up, and he fell on his back. It didn't care that sniffing his behind and crotch made him feel bad. You must devote your life to caring for what I will give you. It's not so bad, don't worry. There's perks involved later, but we'll discuss it later on. I won't be around for a while if you agree. Naruto sat back down on his behind and moved back a little. Protect? The thing said, yes. Yeah. You've got to keep it safe, even if it costs your life, even if you lose all your friends, even if it means turning against or abandoning your village forever. You've got to keep it safe. This gift will be everything to you. It's your life now. If you fail, you die, and everything you care about with you. I won't spare the life of an insect in that pathetic hole you call a village. He put his hand on his palm and looked at the scroll as it unfolded in front of him. I'll be alone. I'll never have a girlfriend? Hey. How are you going to do that anyway if you're dead? You're not really going to have it anyway if you don't, so you're not losing anything really. You're a smart kid, you can handle this. You've been good to me, and no one else is good enough to handle the job. I'm fortunate that I've been stuck inside you. You'll understand, once you figure it all out. The creature put its paw on the scroll. It looked like the print burned into the paper. All I need is your handprint. The boy looked at the book. I'll do it, on one condition. It narrowed its eyes and let out a small growl. What's that? If I keep my end of the deal, you can't hurt Konoha or any of my friends, ever. You also can't destroy the village again. He was holding his chest and looked weak. Right away, the beast spoke up. Deal. Naruto looked at the scroll, and the letters moved to show that something had changed. Your print. I guess I can warn you now, it's gonna really hurt. He touched the scroll with his cut hand. The paper felt like it was on fire. When the skin on his hand hit the page, he screamed in pain. The demon's paw hit him. You're mine now. In 3 years, I'll return, and you'd better be ready to greet me properly. You're to wear my mark from now on. Naruto's face blew up with pain. He felt like he was being sucked out into a bright light as the gates behind him opened. The thing that was talking had a weak voice. Follow my gift boy, or I'll kill you, your village, and everyone you care about. Get ready for when I get back. Don't you dare betray me. It glared at him from the darkness, its eyes getting smaller and farther away. Don't even think about signing any more contracts like this. You're mine now, for the rest of your life. Bawahahahahahaha. See you in 3 years, kid. Naruto could see less and less, and it felt like he was passing out. Huh? 3 years? In the middle of what was left of a large part of the forest of death, in a pile of broken glass and wood. A hand that came out from under the rubble moved a finger. After a moment, it rolled into a fist shape, and the area around it blew up. Naruto sat up and gasped for air. He grabbed his chest, and the burning pain that was all over his body went away. It took a moment to figure out that he was wet. The sky was clear, but it was raining. He looked up in shock at the shower of stars that fell from the dark sky above. As he sat up and looked around at the mess, his eyes got really big. There was 15 meters of destruction around him. He put his hands behind his back because he felt terrible. Thought for a moment that there was something there that didn't feel like rock or wood. He turned his head and saw a black scroll he knew behind him. He was so shocked that he said, "What the? What did I do?" A sharp yip stopped him in his tracks as he tried to stand up. He looked down at his lap and said, "Huh?" His face turned very pale, and his jaw dropped. A very small animal with its tongue hanging out of its mouth was looking up at him. The fox kitten was very young and had 9 very small tails. Oh shit. He put his hands under its front paws and lifted it up to his face. What? Kyubi? He felt pain when the kid licked his face. He moved the animal out of the way, put it on his lap, and touched his left cheek. He cringed when he touched it because it hurt. He looked at the little animal and asked, "What happened to you?" The animal yipped at him again. Its tails were all moving behind it. He frowned and held it in his arm. "I guess you're my gift. Then I should take care of you, right?" He was lost and confused, but he was still alive. He got to his feet slowly and turned to climb out of the pile of broken rocks and sticks that was around him. Naruto. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Huh?" When he turned around, someone was holding his neck. Someone pressed their cheek against his. It was warm and wet. He fell backwards onto his back and opened his eyes. "Oh, Sakura? Hi. You're all right? Where's Sasuke?" She kept her arms around him. "What happened?" Sasuke jumped over the mess and said, "Hey, you're still alive." The blonde boy looked very tired as he nodded. "Yeah, what happened? Where did that guy go? Are you all right?" Both of them looked shocked. Sasuke said something. "I don't know. He was gone after that explosion," he said. The boy looked mad at him. "What the hell were you thinking?" The confused genin gave a nod. "Huh. Weird. Who the heck was that Orochimaru jerk anyway? He was getting a strange look from the kunoichi. I don't know. He attacked Sasuke, but you showed up and..." She looked over at him. "Hey. That bite is gone. But what happened to your face?" Naruto seemed to be able to think straight again. He looked at his shoulder and rubbed it. "Yeah, that weird thing that came out of his neck bit me." "What about my face?" "It hurts," he said. The animal in his arms yipped and put its paws on his chest. Sakura seemed to notice that he had something in his hand. "What is that thing?" Sasuke looked both interested and sick. "Some sort of animal?" The nin was waking up from his haze. I gotta protect him. I made a promise, it's hard to explain. Look, it's been really weird since that explosion. It got very pale for the Uchiha boy. He stared at Naruto with wide eyes and his jaw hung open. That's a fox. Wait. Tails? What have you done, Uzumaki? Sakura also looked like she was lost. It's so cute. You saved him? Naruto made a face. The thing he was holding nuzzled into his arm as he said, sort of. I guess. By Sakura's shoulder, Sasuke pulled her back. He yelled at the animal, no. Look. The girl didn't understand what he was pointing at, but she did seem to see it. Hey, that's... The cute little fox cub had 9 tails. She was shocked and asked, wow. Where did you find that? Naruto put his head down. Find it? The girl was held back from him by her shoulders by Sasuke. After that thing bit you, it stabbed you through the chest with a sword. You changed your chakra. It was so. He took his hand off of Sakura's shoulder. You told us to run, and there was all this dark red glowing chakra around you. It felt horrible, bad. Evil. Uchiha was making a face. I've never seen anything like it. We barely got away in time to avoid the explosion. Naruto smiled and nodded. I see. He stood up and looked very shocked. He was missing his shirt and hood and his worn-out scarf was around his neck. There were still some pieces of cloth around his waist and over his shoulders. He frowned as he looked at the orange fuzzy ball in his arms. Now what? He had Sakura with him. Are you all right? You've got an injury on your face. It's not bleeding though. The blonde nin smiled and nodded. I feel fine. It was awful when I woke up, but I feel better already. Like I wasn't hurt at all, well. Except for my face anyway. The 3 of them were still wet after the rain stopped. It looked like Sakura had just realized something as she looked up at the sky. That rain, it was strange. There's no clouds. He let out a sigh. On the left side of his face and forehead protector, there were marks that looked like claw marks. It missed his eyes but really hurt the bottom of his forehead and cheek. She put her mirror back. He didn't seem very upset. The black scroll was laid down against a tree nearby. How far are we from that tower? Sasuke took a quick look back. About half a mile or so. We've still got 4 days. We should stay here tonight. He looked at the scroll, which the kunoichi saw. What is that? You didn't have it before. Did that guy drop it? He turned to look at her and shook his head. He rubbed the sleeping fuzzy ball in his lap with his fingers and said, no. I almost died. I had to make a deal. They looked at each other. Deal? What sort of deal? The kid just shrugged. I've got to take care of him. I promised, in exchange for saving my life. No matter what, I've got to protect him. Sakura was confused as she looked at the thing. What? A deal with who? Sasuke gave her a mean look. He hung his head and clenched his fist and said, are you stupid? You saw what that is. Who do you think? We've got enough scrolls. We should get to that tower. The kunoichi looked very angry at Sasuke. I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? Sasuke let out a growl. Forget about that. He said those sound nin are with him. They're supposed to attack us soon. Remember? I gasped, Sakura. Huh? Hey. He did. What do we do? We can't stay here then. Naruto was happy. When he felt better, he said, I know. We should go now. He didn't want to be with that guy again. Uchiha gave him a mean look. Naruto, I'll kill you if you ever jump in front of me that way again. He glared into the trees as everyone stood up. I can take care of myself. Sakura made a face. Well, whatever that thing did. It worked. That thing bit you, and it didn't even leave a mark behind. You got stabbed in the chest, and it's healed too. That scratch on your face doesn't look infected or anything. We should be fine. Naruto gave her a frown that she couldn't read and nodded. He said, yeah. The fox in his lap rubbed his hand while it slept and then turned over on its back. When he took it in his arms, he stopped and looked at his hand. A black metal band was on his left ring finger. What the? One step ahead of them was Sasuke. We head for the tower then? Naruto smiled and nodded at him. We'll stick to the plan. I feel pretty good. 50 of them rushed up to him and ran into the woods. A frown and a sigh came from Sakura. Well, we need to be careful. We know those sound jerks are after us now, and there's bound to be traps and enemies in our way. Naruto looked at his fist and made a face that was hard to read. There's something off about this, but I can't stress about it right now. He held the animal in his arm and stroked its fur as he ran after his pals. But I should be careful. Something feels off about this. There weren't as many clones as he thought there would be. Still, that's a lot more than Sakura and Sasuke could ever make. He seemed strange. Her frown got worse as she ran through the trees. She looked straight ahead with a serious frown on her face. He's here. Not long ago, she had seen 3 bodies. 3 bodies that were killed by a horrible and well-known jutsu. She jumped up on a tree branch and turned around to check on herself. I've got to slow him down until the Anbu arrives. That's my job, right, Orochimaru? He faded out of the tree bark behind her as she said, that's impossible. The woman turned around and tried to throw a few kunai. Orochimaru's tongue lashed out and wrapped around her arm as she threw, stopping her and sending them both to the ground. Someone grabbed the tongue, and a snake came out of her sleeve and bit it. She yelled, you won't get away. Shadow Snake hand. And pulled him out from where he was hiding. He turned them both around in the tree trunk and pinned her hand down over his in the bark. Hey. I've got you. I'm going to borrow your left hand, Orochimaru. He watched her do a seal with both hands while he looked the other way. This seal? She gave him a smirk and a mean look. Yes. You and I will both die. Hey. Planning to kill yourself? Anko asked. She stopped moving when she realized what she saw was a copy. The clone disappeared, hurting her hand and making her attack useless. You're a special Junin of this village. You shouldn't be using all those forbidden jutsu I taught you. Anko glared at him and took the kunai out of her hand at the same time. Why are you here? The thing behind her laughed and took off its face. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Why are you so cold? His face looked like a snake's, with sunken cheeks and cold, dark eyes. As she looked at him, the kunoichi growled. He looked very calm. Have you come to assassinate the Hokage? The Orochimaru looked amused. No. I don't have enough men for that yet. I'm here to recruit some outstanding ones. There's someone I want. One with Uchiha blood in his veins. I'll give him my mark soon enough. He's very beautiful, you see, the perfect vessel to be my successor. She gave him a mean look. What? You're planning on giving him that curse seal? He won't survive. There's a chance he will. His unfortunate friend won't though. He got in my way, so I did away with him. Almost got me with that suicidal jutsu of his. It's a shame, he was very strong. That demon fox kid. Still, him being gone, I suppose it makes the village a bit safer, doesn't it? Not that any of you cared for him anyway. Kind of annoying, doing you all a favor like that. The woman looked really shocked. What? She couldn't keep her balance and was grabbing her shoulder in pain while sweat ran down her face. He smiled at her. I'm rather enjoying this. 3 from my village are participating in the exam. Don't stop it, I won't bother it again. I promise, your village will suffer if you end my entertainment too soon. He frowned and grabbed a piece of paper, saying, I can't believe this. 1010 stood nearby as he sat on a tree root and glared at what he had in his hand. What happened? I don't get it. Rock Lee was sitting nearby, clenching his fist and being quiet. The Neji growled. It's a map to that tower. There's a mark near the doors. I was going to check on the scroll, but I found this instead. He looked at Lee. A trap? He got a mean look from the Hyuga boy. He stood up and glared at the brush. For what? We don't have a scroll anymore? Then what's the point? Who's there? Shikamaru and his group came out of nowhere. So are you? He asked as he waved another map that looked just like the first one. 1010 got up quickly. The woman asked, "Why are you sneaking up on us like that?" She held weapons and got ready to attack. Shikamaru gave her a quick look. "Hey, we heard you. Don't worry. We had the same thing happen to us." He looked at Ino, who was red in the face and looked a little embarrassed. There was a frown between the 6 nin. And Neji spoke up. "What do you think, Shikamaru?" Nara gave a sigh and put his hands in his pockets. "I'm not sure. Doesn't make sense. I don't think it's a trap. There's nothing to gain. Our scrolls are gone." Ino looked around at the others. "So? What do we do?" Shoji gave the other people a frown. "I say we check it out. I'm almost out of food anyway. We should look for scrolls. There must be more." 1010 scowled at them all. She was looked at by Shikamaru. "I've got a funny feeling Choji is right." Both groups looked at him in shock. He caught Rock Lee's eye. "How do we know this isn't some sort of trick?" Nara gave him a quick look. "To do what? We've got no scrolls, and I'm willing to bet you found this where yours used to be." Neji looked at his friends and gave them a thumbs up. "Yeah. So?" Shikamaru took a look around. "Well, I ran into Kiba's group. Their scroll is missing, and they didn't get one of these. I think it might be just us. This mark isn't far from the entrance to that tower. Right outside, in fact." Hyuga took out his map. "So? What's that mean?" The leader of the other team smiled. He walked over to him and held his map out in front of him. At first, Neji looked like he didn't trust him, but he kept it open for him. Shikamaru didn't take it. Instead, he put his up next to it. "Hey. I thought so. The mark at the end of the trail is in a different place on our map than yours." The boy with the white eyes looked lost. "So? Wait." The Shikamaru smiled. "Yeah. I bet we find a pair of scrolls at each of these marks. Someone wants both of our teams to make it to the next round." Hyuga made a noise. "Could be a trap." 1010 just shrugged. "I say we go. If he's wrong, we've still got time to find another scroll." Rock Lee also agreed. "A trap would serve no purpose. What he says makes sense to me." Shikamaru seemed to agree with her. "It would be better if we don't go together. If you don't trust me, you can check our things. We don't have a scroll anymore, and there's no point in tricking you if you've not got one either." He gave it some thought for a moment. "All right. That sounds better than wandering around this forest. Maybe we'll get lucky?" When Naruto landed next to his teammates, he laughed. The 3 people far below were getting angry looks from Sasuke. The nin with the hood flipped a scroll over in his hand and caught it. "Hey. That was too easy. Those jerks wouldn't be much fun for the 3 of us anyway." Sakura held a kunai in her hand and smiled at him in a playful way. "What's the password?" He looked at her and seemed happy. "All warfare is based on deception." She took a deep breath and looked down at the sound trio who were far below them. "Those are those jerks with that guy who attacked us." Uzumaki took a look at her. "Yeah. No point in bothering them now. They've got nothing we want anymore." Sasuke made a face at the 3 sound nin down below. "It was said, I say we kick their asses anyway." The sound nin looked very wary and were moving through the forest floor, looking a little scared. Naruto gave a shrug. "Why?" Sakura gave him a mean look. "They're after us. You heard that Orochimaru guy." The blonde nin just shrugged. "What do you think will piss them off more? Getting the fight they want and losing, or losing this scroll and never finding us? They'll know it was us when they figure out it's gone. I promise." He grinned at them. Always show mercy to your enemies. Nothing annoys them more. The two people with him looked at each other. She shrugged at Sasuke. Before he jumped off with his teammates, the boy frowned and glared down at the forest below. After about an hour, the female sound nin looked at her leader with a frown. Hey. What's with you? Quit joking around, would you? The person whose face was bound had stopped in his tracks and was staring at the page in his hand in shock. It can't be. His male friend made a face. What is it? We need to find that Uchiha kid and kill him. Remember? Orochimaru will be very mad at us if... He looked down at the page the other boy was holding with wide eyes. Thanks for the scroll, losers. Signed Hidden Leaf Village Team 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki. Below it was a rough drawing of a face with its hands in its ears and its tongue sticking out at them. The one whose face was wrapped growled. No way. Anko looked at the videotape one more time. She was still shocked. The Gaara kid wasn't hurt at all. She frowned as she drank from a bottle of juice. She had never been put through such a strange test before. First, Orochimaru showed up. Then, this strange sand nin with a mean look in his eyes set a bunch of records with his team. At some point, there had also been a big blast in the forest. A huge mess was left behind, but there was no sign of what had done it. The Hokage had been told about what had happened. He knew about Orochimaru and the fact that that year's exam was held in his village. He only thanked her and told her he'd look into it before leaving her to take care of what was left. She didn't expect more, so it didn't bother her too much. But he knew about it now, so they had to be careful. The old man hung his head low and looked sad and thoughtful. She told them about Orochimaru's claim that Uzumaki had also been killed. He hadn't said anything, but the kid was smart and had a lot of potential. She thought Kakashi would not like it. Someone who was helping her rushed into the room and said, "Mitarashi. Another team has arrived." He couldn't get enough air. Huh? She turned her head away and saw that the man was holding another videotape. It's the fourth team to get through. The nin had big eyes. You're not going to believe this. You think that sand kid was impressive? This. You have got to see. Anko looked grumpy. Oh. Now what? This can't get any weirder. The man laughed. The second exam is over. Take a look at this. Anko's eyes got really big when she saw who was on the screen. What? It. Orochimaru said he killed him. It can't be. He's with Uchiha and Haruno. He was naked, with no shirt or hood on. His scarf was torn apart, but it still covered his face. He smiled at her. It gets better. Look at this. It's from yesterday. Twice, once just before and after the Gaara kid showed up. Her face looked confused. Huh? Yukio called out again. His clothes looked a lot better. The first time was in the bushes near the tower door, and the second time was in a pile of rocks on the other side of the door. What's he doing? The nin who gave her the tape. I still can't believe this. Take a look at those other two arrivals from Leaf. This is... Wow. Anko's juice fell to the ground. Before they got to the tower, Team Guy showed up. Hyuga went into the bushes that Naruto had been messing with, and then they came through the doors. It took Shikamaru, Ino, and Shoji about 5 minutes to come out and go to the rocks Naruto had been playing with. She stopped the tape and leaned in. The boy took 2 scrolls out of the stones and showed them to his teammates. Then, everyone went into the tower. Wow. That's pretty impressive. Wait. What do you mean the second exam is over? We've still got. From behind his back, the man pulled out a second tape. This one, you won't believe it, he said. He put it in and turned it on. It's from just a moment ago. They're still in the hall. It showed what Team 7 saw inside the tower. First, they took out 2 scrolls. Then, 2 more. Then, 2 more. There were a lot of scrolls on the ground at their feet when they were done. In fact, there was only 1 earth scroll that wasn't there. She opened her eyes wide and raised the corner of her mouth. You've got to be kidding me. I want him. Hey. He'll be. She lost her train of thought. Wait, what is that? She looked at it quickly before the video ended. The man blinked and turned his head. Huh? Looks like he picked up a fox kid from the woods. I guess he wants a pet? Anko got up. She turned around and ran out of the room, screaming, "Get me the Hokage now." The man standing in front of the three genin caught their attention. Naruto had a crazy look on his face. Iruka-sensei? The man smiled at them. Hey. Long time no see. The scrolls caught Sakura's eye. These things are some kind of summoning jutsu? Their old teacher gave them a nod. That's right. You look like you had a bit of trouble. You're early. You're the fourth team to make it. Naruto gave a happy nod. Hey. The exam is over then. Iruka looked shocked. Huh? Well, for you it is. Sasuke had his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Hey. No one else is going to show up. The man looked down at the ground, where there was a big stack of scrolls facing the three people. Not crossing his arms, he took a step back and asked, what? He had a pretty wide-eyed look on his face as he looked at Team 7. Hey, those other teams. That's Team 10 and Team Guy, right? Who else? Naruto asked happily. If there's 4, I guess someone else got here before we could get to them. They must have been pretty quick. The man clenched his teeth. What? TH. This is. The smile on Sasuke's face looked mean. I hope it was those sand nin. She was leaning against the wall next to the sign. He looked at the animal sitting on Naruto's shoulder and said, Yeah. It was. It had dark eyes and let out a loud yip as it looked at him. It got rubbed on the head by the boy. Calm down, would you? Hey. It licked his face and then sat down next to his neck. He was looked at by Sakura. What are you going to name him? Naruto gave a shrug. Kitsuma. Iruka was lost for words and didn't know what to say. His face lit up a little when I asked, "You've made a friend?" At that moment, the little fox kit fanned his tails up like a peacock and landed on the boy's shoulder. It looked pretty happy, and its tongue was hanging off of its face. Iruka turned as white as a ghost and hit the ground on his behind, facing the wall. Getting even more against the wall, he asked, "Wah?" His face turned completely scared, and sweat started running down his brow. No. TH. The seal. Naruto moved back a little and put his hand on the thing to hold it still. He put his hands up in front of him. He took out a kunai and held it in his shaking hand. The boy's eyes got narrow. Iruka-sensei. Put that away, or I'll make you. The man looked into his eyes, and the gun hit the ground. Naruto? What? The person in charge of the second exam showed up. When she showed up between Team 7 and the scared Chunin, she had a frown on her face. Her eyes were fixed on Naruto and his new pet as she said, "You 3." The boy took it off his shoulder and held it in his arm. He was walking toward the door with one hand on the sword's handle on his back. Back off. Anko's eyes got a little more big. She didn't move forward. The Hokage will be here in a moment. Calm down, all of you. Naruto, where the hell did you get that? The boy turned his attention away from her. The huge black scroll was around his back. I promised to protect it. I can't let you. The woman kept her glare on. What? Do you have any idea what that is? He had some of his senses back, and Iruka was behind her. Naruto. You're in danger. Get away from it. The boy gave them both a frown. Between them and the teachers were Sasuke and Sakura, who looked lost and scared. The Naruto spoke up. He lowered his gun and didn't take his hand off of it. Not as much as he'll be in if the big one shows up and he's hurt. Back off. Anko looked shocked. She was almost as pale as Iruka. She looked at the floor and asked, Big one? The seal? What have you done? Wait. Orochimaru. All three of the genin looked shocked. Sasuke said something. Who the hell is that guy? He almost killed Naruto and tried to attack me. Sarutobi walked up and said, "That's enough." The room turned around. His hat covered his eyes, and he held his pipe in one hand. You two. We'll discuss this later. Take care of Sasuke and Sakura, announce the end of the test and get the genin out of the forest. He observed the duo. Congratulations on passing the second part of the exam. Anko gave Iruka a quick look. Her eyes went back to Naruto. You take care of them. I'm not leaving until I know what the hell is going on here. Kakashi showed up next to the old man. He looked serious and had his arms crossed. The Hokage looked at the genin and the animal. Uzumaki. You're coming with me. You've got something to tell us. I'm very interested in hearing what you've got to say. The Team 7 Junin looked at what the boy was holding. What the hell? He got a frown from Naruto. I can't let you hurt him. It will be bad for the village if you do. He had never seen the boy's eyes look that way before. Calm down. Put down your gun and come with me. You need to explain this. Your new friend won't be hurt. He sighed heavily and looked at the boy's teammates. Iruka was leading them away, and both of them looked back at the scene with some worry. Even though Sasuke tried hard to hide his, it was easy to see. Uzumaki looked at his friends and then took his hand off his sword. All right. If he's hurt, Kyuubi won't be happy. He's gone. I don't have him anymore. As long as Kitsuma is safe, he'll leave the village alone. When that news came out, everyone in the room looked pretty shocked. Iruka was shaking all over. The seal? This made Sarutobi clench his fist. As he glared at Sakura and Sasuke, he said, I see. Very well. Come with me, Uzumaki. We need to deal with this quickly. The rest of you. Not a word of this leaves this room. Got it? Just you two? You have no idea the panic this could cause if word of it leaves here. The rest of you should know what I mean. The adults all looked at him in a way that was hard to read and nodded. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Sakura. You too. Good job, go with Iruka. The Chunin gave him a nod. He pushed them toward the door and said, come on you two. They left through that door. Naruto was looked at by both Sasuke and Sakura. Though neither of them spoke, the blonde boy waved his hand to calm them down. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Naruto put his head down. He still had the fox kid in his arms. He had just finished telling the story of the fight with Orochimaru and the deal the demon fox made. In an office inside the tower, the scroll was spread out on a desk. Sarutobi held the black scroll in his hand and raised it to look at it. You didn't read this, did you? Naruto made a face. I didn't have much choice. He said he wouldn't hurt the village. He can't as long as. Kakashi sighed deeply. So, let me get this straight. You've been feeding the demon fox, keeping it company, and entertaining it with pranks. The boy turned red, nodded, and held his new pet close. I guess. I just figured I could make him more comfortable. I felt sorry for him a little. I knew he was evil and all, but we were both stuck like that. I thought it would make it easier on both of us. It was a nod from Sarutobi. I see. He said he'd give me a gift to protect, and in exchange he'd save my life. I made him promise he'd never hurt the village again. As long as Kitsuma is safe. I've got to keep him, I guess. Like a pet or something. Naruto knew he'd really messed up. He would be sent away for sure. Anko was in the off center spot. That dope. I can't believe you'd be this stupid. Feeding it, keeping it company, making sure it was comfortable, just like. The samurai sighed. Yes. So it would seem. Not even Kakashi was expecting him to be so rude. Naruto. I can't believe you didn't read this before signing it. You're about the last person I'd expect to be this stupid. He shook his head. He looked ashamed but remembered clearly that he had only just time to sign the scroll before he passed out and died. He promised he wouldn't hurt the village. If I'd stopped to read it, I'd have died before I could sign it. I barely made it as it is. He saw the Hokage look up at him. He? Uzumaki. The demon fox is female. The boy turned red when he looked up at him. Huh? He was getting a rather wry grin from Anko. You dolt. Don't you realize you've been acting like a potential mate? Feeding her, hanging around, making sure she was comfortable. You idiot. That contract. The boy was looking at her like he didn't understand. Huh? From where he was sitting, Kakashi looked up at him. Naruto. This is a marriage contract. The Kyuubi is your wife. The poor boy's eyes got really big and he said, what? It flapped its tails and yipped. He had his cheek in his hand. That creature you're holding. It's not a pet, Uzumaki. It is your son. Naruto fell back against the wall. What? I got her pregnant? No way. I never even. I mean, I wouldn't. How did? The old man sighed deeply and shook his head. It works a bit different with a demon, I'm afraid. They don't get pregnant as you're familiar with. She decided she liked your courtship and decided to breed with you. You didn't have to sleep with her, she just made a child from both of you. It's just that simple. He got up. I've read the terms of this contract. Naruto looked at Kitsuma with big, bright eyes. When he looked up, the old man was stooping down to look at the kit. Huh? It looked like Sarutobi was very upset. He put his hand on the boy's stomach and closed his eyes, saying, don't be scared. I need to see something. He made a small noise, shook his head, and walked away after a moment. As I suspected. The seal is gone, and the Kyuubi with it. Anko made a face and turned to look at Naruto from her corner. That's bad. Right? Kakashi smiled and nodded at her. It is, isn't it? The old man shut the scroll and sat down behind the desk. Not really. As long as her child is safe. She won't be able to harm the village. We're safer now than we were with the seal in place. This contract is much more stable and reliable than any seal. As long as Uzumaki upholds his end of the bargain, she cannot harm Konoha again. The two Junin looked shocked. Naruto took a swallow. So he was given a warm smile by Sarutobi. She wouldn't give him a child he couldn't control if she intended him to protect it. She won't harm him either. The contract protects him from her as much as us. Kakashi smiled and nodded. She said she'd return in 3 years. That doesn't sound good to me. What should we do? The old man took a puff from his pipe. Well, I expect he should be here to greet his wife when that happens. There are stories of such unions in the past, once thought mere folklore. I suspect they are more true than we suspected. Fox wives are known to be quite loyal and devoted wives when matched with a man that appeals to them according to the tales. Considering his story, that appears to be the case. I suggest we do everything we can to not upset her. He observed Kakashi and Anko. Unless one of you believes themselves to be a match for the fourth? Even then, it was a costly venture to imprison the creature. I do not think Konoha can withstand such a battle and remain strong. Naruto looked worried and confused. So, what do I do? He leaned over the desk and touched the scroll with his hand. Be the best father you can. All of our lives may depend on it. Naruto said, yes, but looked very tired. Why? Yeah. The old man looked at Anko, and she said, well, he did pass the exam. Kakashi gave a puzzled look and nodded. So he did. This made the Hokage look happy. Yes. He'll be entered into the 3rd round of the exams. They won't take place for another month. We'll explain the details later when all of the genin are present. Kakashi smiled and nodded. I'll take him to meet with his teammates. Naruto went after him as he left. It was a heavy sigh from Sarutobi. Anko gave him a quick look. What will the village think of this? If he's staying, we won't be able to hide it forever. The old man sighed deeply. There was a look on his face that said, "I'm going to have to talk about this with the lawyer." The woman said, "Yes. There are a lot of bad memories about that thing." The Hokage said, "Yes. Naruto is perhaps the best one to deal with it. He's used to the feelings his child's mother incites." Anko said, "Yes. The Kyuubi is free. Having her on the loose isn't going to sit well." He looked at her for a moment. "What would you have me do? Banish him and the child? He'll be safer here than in the outside world, especially with that child with him. The safer that child is, the safer we are." The Kunoichi gave a nod. "Not everyone will understand that. It worries me." Sarutobi gave a nod. "It was hard to figure out how to handle this," he said with a heavy sigh as he took off his hat. "Perhaps making clear the threat harming Naruto's son will present will help with that." Anko made a face. "It may be better to let them think the demon fox is still inside him?" The Hokage took a seat and put his hands together. Perhaps, but as much as I hate to say it, this may be a case where fear will work to our advantage. Knowing she is loose, and that she will be vengeful to those who harm her child may be the best way to keep the both of them safe in the village. Setting them loose into the dangers of the outside world is a much bigger risk." Anko said, "Yes. I see. How do you plan on sending him out on missions then? Even if he becomes a chunin?" The old man laughed. Sarutobi looked at her in a way that made her think he wasn't telling her the whole story. "Send him out? Hey. I'm afraid that's not an option until his son is a bit older. There are things that need to be done here in the village. He's already passed these exams." A voice in the darkness stopped them both in their tracks. "There's no need for that. We'll be happy to keep watch over his son." Anko spun around while holding a kunai. She was stopped by a hand, and the Hokage's wrinkled hand grabbed her wrist. She looked shocked. Two men in black hoods stood in front of the desk with their arms crossed over their chests. This made her eyes widen. Both of them looked like they came out of nowhere. "What? No way." Ken and Ryu looked down at them with calm, happy eyes. Despite that, they still looked pretty scary. The old man smiled at them and let go of Anko, who calmed down. "Well, I've been looking forward to meeting the two of you." Anko barked. She turned to face the Hokage and asked, "Who the hell are you?" "You know them?" The Sarutobi got up. "These are the men who trained young Uzumaki. I am Sarutobi, the Hokage of Konoha." Anko looked pretty shocked. "What? Trained him?" "My name is Ken," she said. The person next to her turned to look at her. "My name is Ryu," one person said, nodding to the old man. "He's pretty cool, isn't he?" Ken said yes. "We hope you're pleased with the results. He's been an outstanding student. Quite intelligent, hardworking, and very skilled." The other person laughed. "Indeed. We are rather attached to him, and are concerned for his well-being. We won't allow any harm to come to him, or his child." Ken let out a deep sigh. "Though, I do admit this was rather boneheaded of him." Ryu concurred. "Yes. Most unexpected. I suppose I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. He'll be able to perform his duties without problems. Don't worry." His friend gave him a nod. "Yes. It would be a shame to put all that work into training him and have it end like this. We are both quite proud of our student and wish to see him do well in life." Anko took a step back and growled a little. "Why should we trust you? Who are you? What are you doing here?" The old man looked at them. "Well, I suppose we're in no position to refuse them. Anko, if they wished us dead, we never would have known they were here. Stand down." He spoke with a gentle voice. The woman gave him a mean look, but then she calmed down. "I see." She stayed by his side and watched them. Ken looked amused. "She's cute. Anyway, we like you. You've always been kind to Naruto." Ryu looked happy and not too excited. "Yeah. We've got nothing better to do anyway. We're both retired as teachers, but Naruto should do nicely at that in a few years anyway." I guess we can keep watch over his son for you. The person with him laughed. Yeah. I've a feeling he'll be pretty busy. The other person agreed. Besides, once he's old enough to take human form, he'll make a pretty impressive ninja himself. That should be really entertaining. Hey. Anko's face turned red. Huh? He had a strange grin on his face. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. He looked at Anko and then back at the two of them. Very well. I accept your offer. On one condition. The two looked shocked. Huh? You'll be staying in the village. You understand, of course. This is a delicate matter, and we'll need to be able to keep an eye on things. The Fox Kid's progress will need to be monitored, and we need to be able to keep our eye on him. The safety of the village depends on it. He blew on his pipe and watched their reaction. I have the authority to allow you to stay here as members of the village. You'll have to obey our laws, of course, but... Both men looked at each other, shrugged, and nodded at Sarutobi at the same time. Ryu seemed happy and said, fine. We were getting tired of hanging about the woods all the time anyway. Right. Ken didn't seem to disagree. We'll have to get jobs though. How annoying. The Hokage smiled at him in a wry way. We can make arrangements for that. Anko looked pretty shocked. Are you kidding? We don't even know them. They looked at the Hokage and then back at each other. Well, just let Naruto know when everything is ready. We'll be seeing you. The old man told the Junin to go away and nodded. Yes. So it seems. For a split second, the office lights went out. When they came back on, both of the mysterious men were gone. Anko made a face, but in the end she just let out a small sigh. I hope you know what you're doing. She only got a happy smile from Sarutobi. So do I. Don't worry. I don't believe they lied to us. I know more of this than I'm willing to say. It's not the first time Uzumaki has spoken of them. He's quite fond of them, and respects them a great deal. I do not believe he will have any problem trusting them with this, and I'm afraid that judgment is up to him. It is his son after all. With a nod, the woman seemed to calm down a bit more. I see. If there's nothing else? No, do what you need to do. The second exam is over, and I don't think we can do anything else today. The old man sat down again and seemed to calm down. As she left the room, he shook his head and looked at the scroll. Uzumaki, I wish you luck. For all our sakes. He walked through the doors and into a big room. Everyone who passed the test was standing in front of a group of Chunin and Junin examiners. The Hokage was in the middle of the examiners and wore a new shirt and hood. Their team instructors stood behind him and looked down at the four groups. His tongue was sticking out of his mouth while Kitsuma sat on his shoulder and looked around. The torn scarf that he was wearing over his face was still on. He moved up behind them, and both Sakura and Sasuke saw it. Some of the other genin turned to look at him, but no one else really paid attention to him besides his team. Genin formed in a circle, and Anko smiled as she saw him take his place in the back corner. Hey. There are 12 of them. I thought it would be in the single digits, but there's no need for second rounds for the 6th year in a row. Sasuke made a face at his teammate. About time you showed up. Sakura saw that his new pet was still on his arm. What happened? The boy took a quick look at her. You shouldn't let me say anything. There's more to come. They both looked lost, but they didn't say anything more. Kakashi was looking at Naruto when he looked up. Guy was smiling as he stood next to him. Hey. Those two new teams really did well to get this far. They don't have a chance from here. From now on, it will depend on how reliable they are. When you're young, you remember both good and bad things. The other guy turned around and seemed to see him. Huh? What did you say? Guy turned away and looked mad. Darn. He's really good at being cool like that. It doesn't matter. It was the Hokage who spoke, and everyone paid attention. He told them the real reason for the Chunin exams and how they stopped the villages from fighting. Several treaties led to it, and it kept the villages from fighting with each other. Also, it was how the different countries chose who would get contracts and how much to charge for services. After he was done, another nin showed up in front of them. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked a little sick. My name is Hayate. I'm going to talk about how the final exam works. We only have a short amount of time, but there aren't too many people taking part. Most of the time, it's between 6 and 9, so we'll be a little busy. We can only have 4 teams at a time. He coughed and took a quick look at them. There will be no difference between the fights in real life. There aren't any rules. The winner will be chosen when one of the competitors dies, is hurt, or gives up. The fight will end if the referee says that one of the fighters is not strong enough to win. We do not want a lot of dead bodies that are not needed. The man showed a bag. Please take a piece of paper from this bag. There is a number on each one. You'll be asked to read it out loud when everyone has one. The genin all did what was asked of them. Hayate held up a board that he was writing on. You have been matched, and here are the results. Please take a good look. In the first match, Sakura was up against Ino. Naruto was up against Neji Hyuga. Rock Lee was going to fight Sasuke. Gaara was up against Kankuro, who looked very nervous. Shikamaru was up against Ten. And in the last match, Tamari was up against Choji, who looked annoyed. The big kid looked at his best friend. No changes needed. We both have to fight, girls. The leader of his team looked mad. Great. Kakuro couldn't say a word and was drenched in sweat. He looked at the leader of his team. Hey. Please do not hurt or kill me, okay? In his mind, it was the worst thing that could happen. Tamari looked like she was scared. Yeah. Okay, brother, don't be so rough with him, okay? He's a jerk, but he doesn't deserve to die. Gaara gave them both a frown and didn't say anything for a long time. He spoke and looked forward again. I'll think about it. The Kabuki. Clad Nin took a deep breath. Please just be joking. The Hokage spoke up once more. All right, I'll explain the rest now that this is over with. Like I said before, a lot of important people will be watching the games, so they will happen in 1 month. This will give you time to get better and let us get everyone together. You will also have time to make plans for how to deal with the problems you will face. Even so, I agree that you probably don't know much about your enemy's skills. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and frowned a little. Yeah. He looked over at Neji, who was doing a lot of the same things. The Hyuga boy seemed a little lost. What? What the heck? He looked back at the boy in the hood with wide eyes. Is that Uzumaki? I've never seen him before. Shikamaru gave him a quick look and frowned. Yeah. So? The boy with the white eyes clenched his fist and kept his eyes on his new opponent. No soul? He began to remember some of the things Hinata had said about him. She was getting in trouble with her parents for it, but he thought, it can't be. It's not possible. Is he some kind of zombie? He could see the lines and points of his chakra, but they were empty. In fact, he looked like a living dead body. The boy wasn't paying attention to Shikamaru, so he laughed. So what? Those Hyuga people are really strange. When he looked at Naruto, he felt a little less at ease. When he turned around, Neji was staring at the floor and talking to himself. What is that? Maybe some kind of genjutsu? It has to be. That's crazy. The old man looked out over the genin crowd. Make good use of this time. Get ready, because your lives could be in danger. This is a time to heal, meditate, and train yourself. When you come back, you should all be stronger. Don't get it wrong. The battle will be hard. Sasuke smiled at Lee as he looked over at him. The other person had a hard glare in his eyes and a smile on his face. He looked over at Gaara and saw that the boy was staring at Naruto with a look that could not be read. The Sand Nin's eyes also looked at him with the same look. He looked up at the Hokage after a moment. That is all. The old man told them to leave, and the kids walked away to the doors. Naruto saw Sasuke coming up to him. Uzumaki. Uchiha, Haruno. The blonde nin gave them both a nod. The kunoichi with pink hair didn't even look at her attack partner. I'm excited about it now. I didn't believe I would be. I'm stronger than I thought I would be, and I have a month to train. Ino walked up to her and smiled at her with confidence. I hope you're ready to lose. You can't beat me, not in love and not in any other way. The person she was competing with looked at her straight on and didn't smile. Ino. In case you didn't notice, I no longer see you as a rival. She left her standing there with her team. The blonde girl was shocked. What? Hey. You. She clenched her fists together and growled at the girl. Go Haruno. That big head of yours. The girl didn't pay attention to her and kept going. What? It was that. It was Shikamaru who came up to her. Ouch. It was cold. What's with her? Ino was mad and annoyed. Choji just shrugged. Why should I care? I am hungry. Guy and Neji were with Tenten as she walked by. As the blonde walked by, the girl looked her over several times. It's pretty simple really, she's moved past you, in love, and ninjutsu. She was yelled at by the Yamanaka girl. Who the hell asked you? That ugly head with legs is not going to beat me. Tenten stopped and frowned at her as she turned around quickly. Hey. Ino jumped back and seemed a little scared. The girl dressed in Chinese clothes touched her nose with her thumb. Just in case you missed it. We got here for free. Who do you think gave it to us? Those sand nins? Ino barked. I'm not sure. What would you know about it anyway? Shikamaru put his hand on her shoulder. Would you please shut up? The scrolls were taken by Team 7 and hidden. I'm not sure why, but I don't think it was your fault. The blonde girl stopped moving, and Tenten nodded. That Haruno is strong. I want to fight her. I think she's better than this jerk. It will be a battle between women, and I don't think this little girl belongs here. Ino was very angry. WH. What did you say? With a mean grin on her face, Tenten walked away and looked over her shoulder one last time. Hey. You should work out hard. You're not even close to Haruno. The blonde kunoichi looked like it was frozen and shocked. What? Not at all. Not once have I lost to Sakura. I'm not going to start now. She will never be able to beat me at ninjutsu or love. I'm better than her in both. The bottom of a bag of chips was being eaten by Choji. May we leave now? There aren't many snacks left. Shikamaru moaned and put his hands in his pockets. I don't know if I'm mad at him or not. Why did he give us those scrolls in the first place? What's going on? As he walked by the doorway outside the room, Naruto leaned against it. A small nose was sticking out from the bottom of his hood, below his chin. His head was hung low. Due to. I'm interested in what you can do with your high IQ that isn't video games. Both boys on his team looked over at the boy who had stopped moving. Those sand nin came here by themselves. Those were the only scrolls one wasn't able to get. When it comes to Team Guy, Sasuke has been talking nonsense. I'm interested in seeing how he does against Rock Lee. I'm also interested in who Thick Brows thinks is the strongest genin in Konoha. I think it's that Hyuga guy. He got a mean look from Ino. Are you saying you're the one who stole our scroll and then gave us? One time, the hood went up and down. Hey. Yup. I thought I had it all planned out perfectly, but I guess I did. Everything went so well that I was happy. He stood up straight and began to walk away. See you later. He frowned and put his hands in his pockets. Yeah. Oh, I see. He turned to look at his friend. So now what? He and the kunoichi got a frown from the boy. All of us had better train hard if we don't want to get our butts kicked. Then he turned around and walked away. How annoying. Kabuto stood next to the leader of the Sound Ninjas. The second exam is over. He looked a little embarrassed and had a frown on his face. In a mask, Orochimaru was there. With a nod, he leaned against a pillar and looked out over a garden. Yes. We do not seem to have caught Sasuke at this time. It was annoying and frustrating for Kabuto. He hadn't had to skip the final exam before. He didn't say anything and only nodded. Even my 3-sound nin couldn't find him. He and Haruno were able to sneak out of the forest without being seen. Astounding. He made a noise and clenched his fist. I was wrong to kill that jerk. I don't know how they got away with it. At least they'd be taking the final exam then. I let you down. Kabuto seemed a little scared. He was staring at him and looked like he was about to hit him. Calmed down. No. I made this mess up. No matter what, we'll have to go ahead with our plans. Too much is at stake. Uchiha can wait for another chance to come along. The nin with gray hair didn't say anything for a moment. Should we take him away? I might. He saw him and Orochimaru's lips lifted a bit. No. Still not yet. He'll have other people with him. He's also going to be hard to catch. He's smarter than I thought. I got rid of that fox brat, at least. He was going to get in the way later. He liked him more and more, which made him change his mind. Now he has an even stronger reason to get even and let his anger grow. He laughed. It will make things easier later if that fox kid isn't around. Kabuto gave a puzzled look and a nod. I see. Then what do you want me to do? Our plans go forward. It's bad that they lost Sasuke, but it's only a short-term setback. He will be too well protected, and it will be hard to catch and hold him without the new curse seal to slow him down and make it easier to control him. The head of sounds smiled and looked at his spy. I'll dye him with my colors soon enough. Kabuto gave a nod. Yes. I need to go back before anyone notices that I'm not there. I actually feel a little better now that Uzumaki is gone. I believe he had doubts about me. Orochimaru leaned against his post and took out a small book. Yes. He did seem to know a bit about using spies, and while his war ideas are simple, they're not stupid. It's too bad he got in my way, because he could have been a useful pawn one day. He smiled. Hey, line 18. All warfare is based on lies. Smart boy, too bad. The spy disappeared and went back to his work. Hokage and Naruto stood next to each other. He looked down at the old man with a frown and leaned in close. This is Naruto. Stay quiet, and if someone asks you, say you agree with everything I said. I'm not going to lie all the time, but I think things will go better if I speak for the whole time. You might have to say something, but it would be best if you agreed with what I said. The boy said, yes, and grabbed the fox kit. The boy had had it on his shoulder ever since he met the old man in his office. After the tests were over, Kakashi called him away to meet with the old man. He would go home after the event. The room was full of people from the village, and his teacher was already there. He looked a little scared and was shaking. He smiled and opened the door, making him feel better. Stay at my side, and be as silent as you can be without being disrespectful. In his other hand, he held the scroll that had the promise of marriage written on it. The Hokage picked it up and carried it on his shoulder. He then walked into the room with Naruto by his side, pulling him through the side doors and into the meeting. The people from the Konoha Village Council, Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu, were sitting at the front of the room. The old man and woman got up to greet Sarutobi because his seat was empty between them. Kaharu was the first to talk. You've called us here to give us important news? The Hokage said, yes. Yes. I have important news, and I'm afraid it is important that the whole village understands what has happened. He turned around and saw that the hall wasn't just full of nin. Almost everyone in Konoha was 3 at least, all the adults were. A lot of nin and a few of his fellow genin were there. The hall was very big and full to the brim. The room was not the council chambers. It was an auditorium made for big meetings. Homura nodded and gave a suspicious look. What is it? He put the scroll down and propped it up against his hip. He then took a few puffs from his pipe. First, I must ask that everyone listen to everything I have to say. The news is very grave and serious, but thanks to this young boy's actions, the village is now far safer than it was before. Please remember that while you are listening to what I have to say. There is no cause for alarm. Everyone seemed lost, and Naruto looked a little shocked. It was hidden by his mask, but the two elders in front of him narrowed their eyes when they saw it. There was a clear sound from the Hokage. First, the worst part of this. Orochimaru, the rogue Sennin, attempted to murder this young boy. Naruto looked back at the crowd over his shoulder. He looked over and saw a gray-haired nin with wide eyes and a slack jaw. He gave the older boy a hard look. It really surprised Kabuto to see him. In fact, he was shocked. Everyone else in the room was focused on Sarutobi, but Kabuto was the only one who was paying attention to him. He was near the front of the room and backed into the crowd when he saw that someone had seen him. The Hokage spoke some more. Many of you already know him, and the dark secret within his past. The Kaharu got up. Sarutobi. Did you forget yourself? The old man turned his head away. No. When the Rouge Sennin attempted to kill Naruto, he broke the seal. They both looked at each other with wide eyes, and most of the adults gasped. Sarutobi hit the floor with the scroll's bottom. Enough. We are in no danger. Homura yelled. You just told us the seal is broken. Have you gone mad? He got a mean look from the Hokage. No. I told you already, this boy saved us all. He thought Naruto looked lost when he looked up at him. Sarutobi spoke some more. The demon fox no longer resides within him, the seal has been broken. Kaharu took her place in the chair. Then how does he live? The Hokage laughed. Why, he married her of course. People in the crowd let out a gasp and murmured something. The Hokage slammed the scroll down just one more time. He glared at them all and said, enough. He has saved so many lives with this sacrifice. There are those among you who have treated him with hatred and disgust his whole life, yet he was willing to give up his own life to save every one of you. He placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Naruto hung his head a little. Kitsuma was still sleeping, and most of his furry body was out of sight under his hood. He took a puff on his pipe. The conditions of this contract are simple. As long as Naruto protects her child, she cannot harm Konoha ever again. This agreement is far more stable and more potent than even the seal of the fourth. We are safer from this danger now than ever before. All because of his willing sacrifice. As long as the nine-tailed fox child is safe, Konohagakure cannot be harmed by that monster again. The two older men had wide eyes as they looked at the young nin with the hood. He looked back at them both over his shoulder and seemed very sad. The old man gave the crowd a mean look. However, if the child is harmed, she will be quite vengeful. If the child is harmed or worse, killed, she will not leave a single living soul in the wake of her rage. All of Konoha must understand this. Naruto is her husband, and the guardian of her child, and his son. It is not just his responsibility to protect the young fox prince. It is all of us who must ensure that he is safe. As long as the child is safe, then so are we. There can be no mistake about this. It is not just your lives, but the lives of the entire village that depend upon his upholding this oath. He stood up and spoke in a very angry way. Sarutobi. Have you gone mad? Do you realize what you are saying? The man looked back at her. Yes. If the boy had died, the seal would have been destroyed with him. The demon fox would have been weakened, but freed regardless. In a few short years, it would have returned to full strength, and come back for revenge upon the people of this village. His actions saved us all. Do not be a fool and make no mistake regarding this fact. This contract has cost him his freedom, and binded him to his son the Fox Prince. He has given up his life, for the sake of the rest of our safety. Given his freedom, for our peace and security. Do you really not understand this? The old man sat down and worked his jaw. You're saying? He saw Naruto look back at him. I was already dead. That Orochimaru guy gave me some kind of curse and stabbed me. If I hadn't done it, I'd have died, and the Kyuubi would have been freed. He agreed, and the Hokage put a soft hand on his head. He is correct. The seal might have held for a short time even on his body. It would not have lasted forever, and the decay of his body would have released the Kyuubi upon all of us. I believe this was Orochimaru's plot from the beginning. Naruto Uzumaki's quick thinking and selfless actions have saved us all from a terrible fate. I am not certain anyone here could match the fourth and save us from such destruction again. She spoke quietly to the Hokage and put her hand over her mouth. What of that other matter? You spoke to us of Orochimaru's plans for the Uchiha boy as well. Sarutobi gave her a mean look and turned his head back to hear what she was saying. There is no need to bring that up here. We'll be dealing with it when the time comes. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut and turned to face the crowd again. Kabuto could not be seen. He thought the nin wasn't gone yet. He also knew that Orochimaru wanted something from Sasuke and that the elders knew about it. He didn't say anything and let things go on. The master smiled at the boy. Show them. He reluctantly agreed, then took the nine-tailed kid out of his hood and held it close. The animal yipped, put its paws on his chest, and waved its tails behind it. It looked very happy. With his eyes open, Sarutobi watched the crowd. Many here have treated him with hatred, looked upon him with cold and cruel eyes, spoken against him, and wished him gone, or even harmed or killed. He is not so foolish or innocent to not notice this. Yet he gave everything to protect his home and his village. A true ninja and a great sacrifice. I understand these feelings, but you must understand that his burden is now our burden. The safety and security of all Konohagakure depends upon this contract being honored. Forget your hatred, or it will only see us all destroyed. The boy had tears in his eyes as he stroked the animal. Many people in the crowd had their heads hanging. Some were embarrassed, while others were angry and confused. The Hokage stared at everyone in the room very hard. Anyone who seeks to harm this child will be severely punished. Anyone who attempts to kill this child will be put to death. I'm afraid it is a matter of great importance, and revenge is not a valid motive. Many gave their lives to defend this village against that threat, and I'm afraid that those who dishonor the memory of that sacrifice, even those who lost family and friends, will be treated as criminals, and punished to the full extent of this law. I am afraid that is the only way to protect ourselves. The crowd was quiet. The eyes of both Homura and Kaharu went down. They stood up together, looked out over the crowd, and then spoke to each other. We must support this. He looked at the boy and smiled a little. The Hokage is correct. Kaharu agreed and nodded. Yes. For the safety and security of Konoha, we will support this law. He dabbed his eyes with his sleeve. He wasn't sure how he felt, but Kakashi began to clap, and Iruka soon joined him. The room was filled with cheers in an instant. Most of the people in the room were standing and cheering, but not all of them were clapping. Naruto didn't understand what was going on and looked up at the old man next to him. I don't understand. They are acknowledging your sacrifice. Uzumaki, what you have done has made you a hero. Nothing I said was a lie. Though, perhaps you didn't realize what you have done. You must live up to your promise. You must be a good father and keep your son safe above all else. Still, he looked lost. I'll do my best. The Hokage said, yes. I expect no less from you. You have grown up into a true ninja. Do not falter, for the path ahead is very difficult. You must continue to live up to what you have become, for all of our sakes. As Kitsuma licked the boy on the cheek, the boy gave a serious nod. I promise. I won't fail. No matter what. He was being led out of the room by the old man. Be on your guard. I believe the village will support you, but there will be those who cannot be turned away from the past. You must guard him with great care. There may still be those within Konoha who will betray us, despite what they now know. It was a serious nod from Naruto. I understand. He was sitting in his house. Kitsuma drank from a bowl of milk that was set out in front of him. The kit was a ball of energy that had been moving around inside his house since he got it. Hey. You like it here, do you? He jumped over to lick his face as his son finished his meal and put it on top of his arms on the table. He laughed and scratched the animal's head, saying, hey, come on now. You're gonna grow up big and strong, I bet. The cat jumped and yipped off the table, landing on the floor where it rolled around his feet. The kid grabbed one of his socks off the ground and began to growl and shake it. Naruto got down on his knees in front of his son and grabbed it. He grabbed one end and said, "Hey, spit that out. It's gross." Kitsuma pulled on the other end while shaking his head and making a funny noise. "Hey. Cut it out, brat." Naruto was lying on his bed with a ball of fur in the middle of his chest while he slept. It made some soft yipping noises and a cute growl as it rolled over on its back and spread its legs apart. The boy was spread out on his dirty sheets and the pillow next to him. Almost the same thing was happening to his son, who was lying on top of him like a fox. He stood up and scratched his head. He yawned deeply and smiled at his son. He laughed and said, "Hey, what a fuzzball you are." The kid had moved off his chest and into his lap, making him feel warm all over. Kitsuma didn't wake up, so he put him on the bed while he got up to make breakfast. As he stumbled into the kitchen, he yawned and scratched his top and bottom back. He stretched for a while, then popped his back and smiled. A small knock woke him up, and when he looked out the window, he saw Kakashi waving at him. He smiled at his teacher as he opened his door. A happy smile and a wave from the man. "How are you getting along?" Naruto gave a shrug. "So far everything's been fine." He looked down and saw the kid standing between his legs. The Junin smiled back at him when he yipped up at her. Kitsuma ran around and around, as if he were chasing his own tails. Kakashi got on his knees and scratched behind Kitsuma's ears. Well, he's pretty active. Naruto seemed happy, and his son seemed to enjoy the attention. "Yeah. I was up a little late with him last night. It's a little weird though." Kakashi smiled and nodded. "Yes." Naruto put his arms out wide. "What's up?" "I need to get dressed before I can train." The teacher gave him a shaky head. "I'm afraid I won't be training with you. I've got something else to take care of. I've called in a favor though, and arranged for someone to help you with your training." Naruto was a little taken aback when Ken and Ryu came up behind him and said, "Hello." They both looked happy to see him. The blonde nin smiled and nodded at them. "Hey, what's up?" Kakashi wasn't shocked when they showed up. Ken gave a shrug. "Nothing much. We've moved into a place just up the road." Ryu said yes. "We've met with the Hokage. We're staying in the village now." Kakashi took a quick look at them again. "I'd heard about that. Everything is going well, I hope?" The two agreed, and Ken spoke up again. "Yes. It's much better than sleeping in the woods at any rate." Naruto looked shocked. "Oh. You're staying in Konoha now?" Ryu said yes. "We've agreed to keep watch over your son while you're taking care of your other duties. You're still a ninja of Konoha after all. You won't be able to take him with you on missions. That would put him in danger, and you won't be able to remain a ninja if you're forced to stay here and care for him all the time." Ken looked like he was happy with things. "Yes. He'll be in good hands. Don't worry." He gave the kid a warm smile as he looked down at it. "Huh? I guess you're right. I appreciate it. Take good care of him." They spoke at the same time. "We give you our word." He took the kid in his arms and gave a nod. "All right. I feel better. I was worried about what I was going to do with him when I started taking missions again." He got hit on the shoulder by Ken. "Yes. You don't have to worry. At the first sign of trouble, we'll vanish with him. We'll take care of him while you finish that exam of yours. He should be all right with you while you train though." Ryu said yes. "Yes, we did. We'll be told when you're given a mission. Just drop him off at our place. One of us will be there. We'll know ahead of time." He gave him a piece of paper with the address and a key to the house written on it. The boy smiled and said, "Yes. Thanks. I appreciate it." Ken laughed. "Just do us proud, and take care of your duty." He turned to look at Kakashi as the two of them left. "What's this about training? You've got a mission or something?" The man said, "Yes. Something like that." There was another man there. Naruto knew him. He was a tall, thin Junin who wore round sunglasses on his nose. Yes. I'll be helping you with your training. Naruto looked shocked. Hey. The closet pervert? He's gonna train me. Ebisu barked and quickly put his hand over the boy's mouth. Naruto found the response funny, so he didn't try to avoid it. Quiet about that. I'll treat you to anything you want later. He's a closet pervert? Kakashi asked the man. Naruto gave the man a narrow look and said, "You'd better." He got a pat on the head from Ebisu. He looked a little uncomfortable as he said, "We go way back." Heh. Naruto made a face. Yeah, whatever. What are we doing? He looked down at him. To put it simply, you're not the same person you were before. He pointed to the kit. The man winced a little as Kitsuma bit down on the end of his finger. Because of him, and well, to put it bluntly, your wife. Kakashi smiled, nodded, and walked away. I'll leave you in his care. He's an elite tutor, he'll be able to help you in what you need more than even I could. Don't worry. The boy smiled and gave his son a pat on the back of the head while Ebisu shook his finger. He let out a small sigh and said, "Right." Ebisu concurred. You've lost a lot of chakra because the Kyuubi has left you. You've still got a great deal of stamina, but I'm willing to bet you've lost a bit there as well. Naruto gave him a shrug and looked up at him. Yeah. I didn't use that much to begin with though. I've always trained to minimize chakra use. It helps me with being stealthy. The man said, yes. I assumed something like that. Still, you've got poor control. He let out a small sigh. Yeah. I can still make 100 shadow clones with no problems though. I've got plenty. Ebisu gave a shrug. He waved his hand and told him to follow. Yes, but you're not wise about how you use your chakra. You'll get tired faster, and you still use more energy than you need to. Come on. He frowned as he stood in the busy market. He was leaning against a wall with his hands in his pockets and eating a bento in a lazy way. The boy from Uzumaki is yet to die. Uchiha didn't get away from us. He and his team made it to the very end. That's impossible. Orochimaru was hidden in an alley so no one could see him. Behind a brick wall, he was out of sight. Yes, said the genin spy with gray hair. Yeah. Yes, it's true. I saw it for myself. But things get better. Orochimaru made a face and didn't answer. Kabuto went on. It looks like you let the Kyuubi go when you were almost done with him. He lived through that too and made a deal with it. The Hokage told everyone that you were going to kill the demon fox and let it attack the village. His boss hung his head a little. Interesting. The spy gave one nod. Yeah. The fox demon is married to Naruto Uzumaki, and the two of them have a son. The bad Sannin laughed. Poor kid. Kabuto gave a nod. I feel bad for him sometimes. That's not the most interesting part. The Orochimaru stopped. Well? The deal isn't just marriage, she said. They gave him their son from the Kyuubi. He needs to keep him safe, because if the kid dies, she'll destroy Konoha. The fourth won't be able to save them this time. His boss smiled. I see. Who is this kid? It looks like a fox kid with 9 tails. Not even looks like a person. Kabuto made a face. Very interesting problem for the kid. Orochimaru laughed. That's good that I learned it. We'll leave things alone for now. I don't want the mother to show up before I get what I want. We'll stick to our plan for now. I'm sure I'll be able to use this again when the time comes. What about Sasuke? That will be taken care of soon enough. We shouldn't mess with him right now because things are too delicate. Orochimaru laughed. But it wasn't really my plan, but now. A good thought. For now, we'll put that away. Kabuto got up and ate the rest of his bento. Well, I need to go. Wouldn't want to draw attention to myself or make trouble. The two of them were standing in the middle of a hot spring. You're still so much stronger than everyone else I know in Konoha. That will help you in the future. For now, though, we'll talk about how to control how much chakra you use. The kid said, yes. So, you'll be teaching me how to measure out how much I need then? He was taught by someone who smiled and nodded. That's right. Naruto took a look. Are we going to take a bath first? For some reason, do I need to be clean or something? Ebisu turned his head away. No. This is where we'll train. He raised his finger and looked at the boy. You seem to get it. It'll be simpler if I show you. Putting his foot in the hot spring, he stayed above the water. Do you see? To stay afloat, you need to let out just the right amount of chakra. To stay above the water, you need to match your weight. As the boy took Kitsuma out of his hood, he barked. Oh. I believe I understand. He took off his clothes, but he wore his shorts and a scarf over his face. After a short time, 10 of them were standing in front of the teacher. Ebisu made a face. Hey. Where are you going? He looked up at Naruto. Well, I don't think I can fit any more of me on that hot spring. They all moved around the spring and picked up rocks of different sizes. They were all different sizes, but none of them picked up one that was too heavy for them to carry. The Junin made a face. What? What do you want to say? You only need one of these. Naruto laughed. Nah. I'll tell you, but it's kind of a Team 7 trade secret. One day of training with 10 clones is the same as 10 days of training with just one of me. Ebisu had a shocked look on his face. What? That is. He took a break. That makes sense now that I think about it. Naruto began to try to walk on top of the water. 10 splashes were made by him, and he looked very uncomfortable. Ebisu got down next to him and smiled. Yes, of course. Also, the water is really hot. You'll turn into an egg if you fall in. Another clone was sitting nearby and watching with the fox kid on his lap. He smiled as he watched his clones mess up and crawl out of the spring. They kept doing the same thing over and over. Ebisu went over to the side of the extra clone. What's with the rocks? He looked up at the boy. Huh? That way, each one has a different weight. Doesn't it make sense? The man said, yes. He watched the boy work from the pool. He thought about the last time he trained with Konohamaru. The boy had become much more focused and stopped getting angry at his grandfather and running around. He thought about something the boy had said to him. The easy way out is not going to happen. Naruto brother told me that. He thought about what the Hokage said in the hall in front of the village as he smiled at the clone holding the 9-tailed kit. Naruto couldn't see the smirk. There are those among you who have treated him with hatred and disgust his whole life, yet he was willing to give up his own life to save every one of you. He turned to watch the boy train and felt a little bad about what he had done. What I said about him was wrong. His Majesty is right, and he has become a great ninja. After about 2 hours, Ebisu looked impressed. In the knee. Or ankle. Deep hot water of the spring, Naruto was running or walking while rolling around in it. Each one has a stone of a different size in its hand. It was amazing, he decided. Already he's getting the hang of this. He looked over at the kid. It's easier if you just stand in place. The clone next to him just shrugged. The easy way isn't always best. But he knew he could stand on top of the water by that point, so he didn't say anything. He was getting good at it the same way he was getting good at training to climb trees. He sent out the right amount of chakra as soon as his feet hit the water and then took it away as soon as he lost touch with them. Another thing his clones did was trade rocks and move at different speeds. Ebisu watched his other clones while Naruto looked over the man's shoulder. Hey. On top of the fence was a man with long white hair. He looked into the bathroom for women. Ebisu stood up straight. What the heck? I have no idea who you are, but I will not stand for such tawdry behavior. Soon after, the stranger was laughing at Ebisu while sitting on top of a big toad. The man was lying on the ground, cold. He stopped laughing when someone or something poked him in the back. The nearby training boy was right behind him with a sword drawn across his back. Naruto was no longer in the hot spring. You understand. You should know that guy was supposed to help me with my training. I would kill you, but I guess I should first ask you who you were and what you plan to do. With a strange look on his face, the man with white hair and kabuki makeup looked over his shoulder. He smiled and jumped off his frog. Thank you for asking. I am the Holy Sennin of MT. Myobokugama, also known as the Toad Sennin. Don't forget. When he poked the boy in the face with his finger, a tiny set of sharp teeth stuck to the end of it. The weird jerk stopped moving and pulled his hand away. Ouch. What the heck? The little fox kid on the boy's shoulder hissed at him as it opened its mouth wide and showed him its tiny, sharp teeth. We're not impressed, are we, Kitsuma? The kid jumped off his shoulder. He got a frown from the man. Look, kid. He sucked on his finger for a short time after shaking it off. He made a face and crossed his arms. It was his job to teach me. You evil jerk, look what you did to him. The man gave the boy a mean look. Young people like you wouldn't get it. He stopped what I was doing. I write stories. I was writing my newest book. This. He put up a copy of Come Come Paradise. Naruto gave a blink. Hey. Did you write that? The horny person smiled and nodded. That's correct. You know about it. The blonde ninja said, yes. Yeah. It was red. It would have been better if there wasn't so much sex. I was interested in the scenes in chapters 4, 9, and 14, but the rest were pointless and took away from the story. You did too much. Without the others, it would have meant more. Not a hint of romantic tension from you. The relationship between the two main characters was good and interesting. The relationship in chapter 9 added tension and a touch of tragedy to the story. But the sex scenes and peeping in chapters 2, 7, 8, 12, 15, and 19 made it all seem pointless. Everyone seems like a sex crazed, emotionless slut. You killed all the dramatic tension and hurt yourself. He made a face and looked at the book. Well, maybe the one in 15 was a bit much. He stopped and frowned. Hey. Hold on. You aren't old enough to understand this anyway. Who asked you that? The kid rolled his eyes. You brought it up. He caught a glimpse of the man in the corner of his eye. Besides that, what does peeking have to do with writing that stuff? The man was mad. You jerk. Peeping makes me want to write better. The kid shook his head. Your writing would be better if you weren't such a jerk. Before you went too far and made everyone in the book a shallow sex addict, it was good. Not that an old, gay man like you could get any anyway. Why do you peep? Because pretty women won't talk to you unless you pay them to. The man barked. You little. You're weak. What about the training I did? You annoying old lewd fart. The man was being poked in the shoulder by another Naruto who was sitting on the rail next to him. The man made a face. What? Do you mean walking on water? The kid said, yes. Yeah. So you know about that? Because of you, my teacher is no longer useful, and I have an important test coming up. The man made a face. Not at all. I like women only. Naruto gave a shrug. Well, I guess you're not useful after all. Really, how great are you? Just hanging out in plain sight, waiting to be caught. Not a good ninja. Even so, we need to be quiet and sneaky. What does this jerk know about that? While he spoke happily to his son, he scratched him behind the ears. Right, Kitsuma. The kid was happy and licked his face. What would you know about it, brat? The schmuck stuck his finger at him. From behind him, a cute girly voice called out. Look, there he is. That sneaky jerk. Grab him. A huge group of angry women gathered around the pervert. Huh? What the? A girl in a towel led a group of women. She had two blonde ponytails and a curvy, sexy body. After a short time, the pervert was beaten badly and then laid out on the ground in front of the blonde with the ponytails again. Since the other women had left, there was nothing left to peep. He looked at her. What did I ever do to you anyway? She laughed and changed into the blonde boy. Hey. You messed up my training. The man looked shocked. Hey. Do some kind of jutsu? You have to always look like that when I'm around. I'll teach you how to do it. Naruto laughed as his clone disappeared. Not at all. You're a witch. In any case, I don't want Kitsuma to become a dirty, sexy senin like you. He's still young, and I don't want your vice to spread to him. The senin got up right away. I'm not a swine. I'm a major pervert. The boy's face turned down. Whatever. The pervert laughed. I'm joking. I enjoy being with you. That was a great idea. He leaned back against the guardrail of a nearby small wooden bridge. Just keep doing what you were doing, and I'll look after your training. He let out a small sigh and looked down at Ebisu. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. He made many copies of himself, and they all walked on the water by picking up rocks. They started to sink a little after a while, but none of them went below their knees. As he watched, the man gasped. Huh? Who is this kid? On the ground, he saw a boy with a fox kid around his neck. The kid was partly hidden by the boy's scarf. Hi there, kid. Who are you? He looked up at the blonde nin. Uzumaki Naruto. The stranger made a face. Hey. Remove that magic and come over here. The boy stood in front of the man because he was told to. Hey. Where? He looked at the boy's stomach. You're not Uzumaki. When he looked at the boy's shoulder, his eyes got really big. It was happy and wagging its tail and giving him a yip. Huh? Naruto made a face. Looking for the seal? He stepped back from them and frowned as he held the fox kid in his arm. He got up and scratched his head. You mean? The kid just shrugged. That thing is gone. Who the hell are you, anyway? The man with white hair, senin, frowned and said, yes. I see. What are you talking about? I'll teach you something. There's a method I could show you. I need to get some things done today first. Come see me tomorrow. Naruto looked at him with a bewildered frown. Huh? He got a smile from the man. You make me think of someone. I enjoy being with you. Don't worry, I'm sure it will help you. He turned around and walked out the door. He then sighed and put the kid on his shoulder. All right, I guess. He planned to show up, but he thought it would be best to have Ken and Ryu watch his son while he thought about who that guy was and what he wanted. He looked back over his shoulder and frowned. The man was Uzumaki. There's no doubt about it. What took place? What's going on? It's time for me to talk to that Ebisu again. I would rather he didn't know I was here. Wow, this is interesting. It seemed like Konoha was a lot calmer than it should have been. He had to learn more about what was going on. He couldn't have seen what he did. The goal in front of Sakura Haruno got a frown. 12 kunai were buried all around it. Even though she had good aim, only about 4 of them hit the target in the middle. 4 of them missed and went into the tree trunk where the target was hanging. As the kunoichi walked up to the practice target and pulled the weapons off of it, she was sweating. She wiped her forehead with her arm and began putting them back into the 2 bandoliers on each thigh. With a smirk on her face, she stopped when she saw someone watching her. Oh. Hello. Anko, the person giving the second test, was leaning against a tree near the practice range. Hey. You're Haruno Sakura? One of Kakashi's team? The girl said, yes. Yes. You're Anko. You were the examiner for the second test? The woman looked happy. Yes. That's right. When the woman raised her voice in a happy way, Sakura looked a little uneasy and surprised. Yeah. The Junin came over to her. Hey. You know that Uzumaki kid, right? The girl became a little more careful. Yes. He's on my team. The woman laughed out loud. She walked over to her and said, well, you're a quiet one. You're snapping your wrist too hard when you throw those. Take a look. Anko threw 4 kunai. Her wrist moved more smoothly, and all 4 of them went into the center of the target in a tight cluster. You're putting more force into your throw than you need to. It made the girl blush a little and nod. That made sense. She tried it again, and each time she got it a little better. Anko looked happy. Hey. You're a fast learner. That's good, yes. I've got to train, but it seems Kakashi-sensei left. No one knows where Sasuke is, and, well. Naruto. The woman raised an eyebrow. Yeah? Well, he always does that, so I guess I'm on my own, she said. She didn't seem upset about it, so she took the kunai out of the target and gave it back to the Junin. Anko gave a shrug. Yeah. Hey, I'll help you out. I'd like you to talk with you about Uzumaki a bit anyway. The girl looked shocked. Huh? Naruto? The woman said, yes. A boy like him will end up in the Anbu. He might not become a Chunin this time, but sooner or later, he'll end up working with me. I'm pretty sure. The young Kunoichi looked like he was thinking about it. He said something like that before. The Junin smiled. Oh? Sakura said, yes. Once we were talking while we were on a mission. He said he thought he'll end up in the Anbu. I guess I can see what he means. Anko said, yes. He seems pretty clever. Haruno gave a nod, yeah. Mitarashi laughed at the way she looked. You were at the meeting? Sakura took another look at the goal. All of us were, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. The woman seemed very calm. So, what do you think of it all? She looked up at her. I'm not sure. I believe in him. He's a great guy, a good leader. His son. The woman grinned. He's cute. It's a little weird though, I was petting him, it's almost like a dog. I'm not sure what to think about that. Married to that thing. She felt uneasy. I wish I could help him. It must be awful. He's really protective of Kitsuma though. It was a bit strange seeing them together. Anko said, yes. Having a child can change a person. You could see Sakura's face. Like killing someone? It was a direct question, and she didn't seem worried or thinking about it. Mitarashi seemed shocked. Well, yes and no. I don't have any children, so I guess I can't say for sure. Still, I'm pretty sure it's very different. The girl threw a few more kunai. Yes. You're curious about Naruto because you already know, don't you? From the corner of her eye, Anko looked down at the girl. Huh? What do you mean? The girl with pink hair looked at her. There's no way he's not going to pass this exam. I think you're just waiting on him to finish. That's why you're here. Anko laughed out loud. You might be surprised. The last test is the most important and the most difficult. The young Kunoichi turned her head. I doubt it. We've been taking B-rank missions, they're teaching that book of his at the academy, and after that second test. There's no way he's gonna fail. I bet you know that. Why else would you show up? No one knows where Kakashi, Sasuke, or Naruto are. I'm the easiest one to find if you want to know about him. Even I can't tell you that much, he doesn't talk a lot. Anko said, yes. Well, even if it's true, I'm afraid I couldn't say. You're not very close? The girl just shrugged. Well, in some ways he's one of my best friends. Sasuke really is best friends with him, but they act like they hate each other. Sort of. You can tell they aren't being serious. I like him, I trust him, but I don't know him all that well. I don't think anyone does really. He gave Mitarashi a nod. I know what you mean. I think you know him better than you think. She made a frown for a second. Maybe. Anko touched the girl on the shoulder. Come on. We'll get some work done. My duties in the exams are over, I'll meet with you and help you out for a while. I'm pretty sure I won't be getting any missions until the exam is over. I've still got to show up for the rest of it, but I'm not involved with the third test outside of that. She spoke softly. All of us examiners have to show up and just stand around. It's kind of annoying once your job is done. It made Sakura's face red. I'd like that, thank you. I'm kind of stuck on my own. Ebisu was sitting on a wall with Sennin, who had white hair and was very gay. Both of them looked upset. He looked at the Junin and then spoke up. Sorry about taking your student. Ebisu turned his head away. Not at all. No one expected you to be here. Hokage has been looking for you for a long time. Is it because of Orochimaru? Sennin made a face. No. That's not it. The Junin gave him a frown. Jiraiya. Against one of the three we need your strength. The nin with white hair frowned. Forget about it. I've no interest in becoming involved with that. The Hokage will do well enough. I've got a more important matter to discuss with you. Ebisu had a shocked look on his face. More important? Jiraiya said, yes. Yes. What happened to Uzumaki Naruto? The seal is gone, and he's got. The Junin put his glasses up his nose. Oh. That. The Sennin said, yes. Yes. From what I've seen, Konoha seems aware the seal is gone. That would cause panic and worry, but... Ebisu sighed deeply. It's a shame, really. Naruto has become a tragic hero of Konoha. Jiraiya had a strange look on his face. Huh? The Junin observed the person. I don't know all the details. I can only tell you what the Hokage told the village. Orochimaru attempted to kill Naruto in order to release the Kyuubi. He succeeded, but Naruto was able to form a contract with the Fox Demon. The Sennin stood there in shock. What sort of contract? It looked like Ebisu was sad as he hung his head. He married her and conceived a son with her. Uraya's eyes got really big. You mean that vicious little finger-eating monster? The Junin said, yes. Yes. That is Naruto's son. It got a little pale on the Sennin. He had sex with it? He put his glasses up his nose. Come on now. Even I know it doesn't work that way with demons. The man in Kabuki seemed to calm down a bit. Unfortunate The Kyuubi married him? Really? Those were the Hokage's words. He gave a great sacrifice to save the village. Most see him as a hero. Jiraiya made a face. Tragic indeed. That lucky brat. Ebisu looked surprised. Huh? The Sennin laughed. How many kitsune have you met? The Junin turned red. Well, none, but... That was all Jiraiya could say. Don't worry about it. It's not important. He's not as unfortunate as you seem to think. Where is she? The nin just shrugged. I'm not sure. She seems to have vanished. The Sennin said, yes. Having that child probably took a lot out of her. Especially considering he was born with 9 tails. That's kind of unheard of, even among kitsune. Ebisu's eyes got a little smaller. What do you mean? He looked at him with a smirk on his face. Most kitsune are born with 1 tail, they get another every 100 years or so, as their power grows. I'd never seen one with more than 4 myself. I've never seen one that young with even 2 tails. It looked like the Junin was a little scared. What does that mean? The Sennin laughed. Nothing really. The Kyuubi is the ruler of Kitsune, the Fox Demon Queen. As I'm sure this village knows well firsthand, she's not your average Kitsune. She's their god, and rules over the Fox realm in the Land of Shadows. Ebisu looked surprised. So, that makes Uzumaki. Jiraiya just shrugged. I'm not sure if it means anything, but yes. Technically, he's the king of Kitsune, and his son is their prince. That doesn't mean they'll listen to him, she's in charge after all. She's not known for sharing power, or being particularly kind. Still, if she chose him as her mate. That's... wow. Lucky brat. The Junin gave him a frown. Doesn't sound so lucky to me. The man in the kabuki made a shrug. Don't worry about it. He's not as bad off as you think. I've got to be going now. I'll see you around. Ebisu let out a big sigh and looked a little tired. He shook his head and asked, the Fox King? That kid? Well, like he said, it doesn't mean anything anyway. I still feel sorry for him. Married to that demon. Uzumaki? Asked the Hokage as he was getting ready to leave his office. He frowned at the boy who walked into the hall in front of him. The blonde nin said, I need to talk to you about something. He then looked over his shoulder. Sarutobi looked at the door with narrowed eyes and opened it. All right. I was just about to leave for the night. Come inside. The young genin gave a nod. He walked in behind him and said, I don't think it will take long. He gave him a small frown as the old man leaned on his desk. He looked like a serious boy. What is it? He looked up at Naruto. What do you know about this Kabuto Yakushi? The Hokage looked shocked. Huh? What do you mean? The kid put his arms across his chest. I ran into him during the exams. Something isn't right about him. I've only got suspicions so far. He's got too much information. The old man said, yes, and lit his pipe. How so? Naruto gave a shrug. Well, he had these cards in the first exam. He claimed he gathered the information on them through the exams, but it had our records on them, mission history, sensitive information that he wouldn't be able to learn just observing people in the exams. He knew how many from each country were going to be present before you walked into the room. It was more than just good intelligence gathering. I thought he might have been some sort of plant for the exams at first. The man in black puffed on his pipe and closed his eyes. I see. That's not the only thing, is it? Naruto turned his head away. He was surprised to see me in the hall when you told everyone about the contract. More than he should have been. As if. He thought I should be dead. The old man nodded in a serious way. Well, why would that be odd? The nin with the hood looked out the window. At the time, the only people who might have known about Orochimaru trying to kill me were those sound nin, Orochimaru, my teammates, you, Anko, and Kakashi-sensei. Sarutobi gave a nod. I think I understand. He looked down at the ground. I've got no real evidence. I'm pretty sure that guy is a spy though. I can't prove it, but I thought I should tell you. I'm sure those sound nin are Orochimaru's, but I'm betting that Kabuto is one of them too. He knows too much, and unless he's working as a plant in the exam or the Anbu as a genin. It looked like the Hokage went to a file cabinet and took out a record. He looked through it and frowned. I'm afraid our records indicate he's nothing more than a rather unremarkable genin. He's got no more than a C-ranked mission, and he's failed the Chunin exams 7 times now. The kid said, yes. There's something not right about him. I'm afraid that's all I have. As Sarutobi closed the records, he gave a nod. I see. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Might I ask why you said nothing sooner? He was looked at by Naruto. I wasn't sure if he wasn't some sort of plant, or working for the Anbu. If he was, I didn't want to blow his cover. I was kind of hoping he was, but if he's not working for Konoha, he's working for someone else. I'm sure of it. I suspect that Orochimaru guy, but that's just speculation right now. He lit up his pipe and put down the records. Well, I'll have someone look into it. I'd prefer if you focus on your training for the exams. If you happen across any other information, let me know, but for now, let me handle it. I don't want you chasing after him. You've got other concerns. Naruto gave a nod. The Hokage saw a nose sticking out of his shirt. He told the person. Yeah. Well, if I'm right, then that Orochimaru or someone else who's interested in spying on us knows about Kitsuma, and what will happen if he gets hurt. The old man said, yes. Yes. The thought had crossed my mind. He scratched the ears of the kid. That's all I had to say, he said. The old man didn't say anything else. He didn't move from his desk. He glared at the wall with his fist on his chin. He got up and left the room, saying, this could be a problem. It looked like he wasn't going home after all. In the moonlight, Kabuto stood next to the chief of the Sand Nin team. I'm starting to worry a little. Keeping my cover has grown difficult over the past few days. I'm not compromised, but The Sand Nin's teacher gave a nod. I see. Then we are at risk? The Nin with gray hair shook his head. Let's calm down, Baki. We're not in any more danger than we were before. Things have gotten harder, but the plan is still safe. Here it is, by the way. He gave the man next to him a scroll. The man looked down as he took the scroll. Yes. We'll remain hidden until the end. Kabuto gave a nod. Yes. I see what you mean. I'll take care of it myself. It's just one rat. His eyes changed. Hayate went cold. The Nin who had taught the other Nin how to do the third test was hiding in a nearby corner. He looked like he knew he was being caught. Baki laughed. He said, no, I'll take care of it. As a partner, the Sand should do something too. He then left, taking Hayate with him. Kabuto laughed. Well, I guess it's time for me to leave. If the Leaf have someone following me, then. He looked up at the moon. He frowned and said, I guess I can't go back to my post again. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and began to walk away. Must have been Naruto. I should have seen him in that hall. I let my surprise get the best of me. Oh well. I wouldn't have been able to stay hidden for long anyway. It's almost time for this to end. He smiled and looked over his shoulder. Bakir was leaving, and Hayate had died. Naruto stood in front of the person he had agreed to train with. Jiraiya? Sennin, who had white hair, nodded. Yes. That's right. I've heard about what happened to you. The boy nodded and looked a little sad. Yeah. His new teacher laughed. Kid, you're luckier than you think. Come on. Uzumaki looked around a bit. Lucky? I married a demon. The man said, yes. He told the boy to follow him, and they left. I guess I see your point. Still, it's not so bad. After not long, the two of them were near a waterfall. Naruto took a look. So, what sort of training is this anyway? He gave him a good look. Well. Now that your wife has run off, you're not as powerful as you were. You've lost a great deal of chakra, but you've still got a lot of stamina. I had a talk with Ebisu about you last night. The student agreed. She said, oh. He felt better about the man now and wasn't as suspicious as the day before. Jiraiya was near the edge of the clearing and looking through the bushes. Great view. He frowned and looked over his shoulder. A group of women in bathing suits were having fun and splashing around in a nearby waterfall. Yeah. Great. What are we doing again? The man gave him a head pat. First, show me your chakra. Let it build up inside you. The boy looked shocked. Huh? Someone hit him on the shoulder with a slap. Tell me how much money you have. This will help me figure out what you can learn. He closed his eyes and nodded. I usually don't do this. He opened his chakra and let it flow through his body after a moment. Feels weird. He looked at him and seemed to think. Wow, you have more than I thought. It needs to work. You're really strong. I think you're stronger than I am. More chakra can be made by you than by most people. Naruto made a face and looked like he was thinking about it. I can make around 100 shadow copies. I could do a lot more before she left, but now. He looked the man in the eye and seemed very serious. For training, I only make about 10 most of the time. I only use 5 or 6 when I'm working, which is even less. The Sennin said, yes. That should be enough. This is really cool. A lot of nin could only make 2 or 3 at a time. This method isn't often used. Their teacher had them look at the ground. I guess. His chakra went away. Jiraiya made a noise. Well, you do a good job of keeping it. I think that learning how to walk on water helped you. It should take less than before to make a copy. He gave Naruto a nod and looked up at him. Yeah. That is something I did notice. The Sennin laughed. You're very smart. You look a lot like someone I knew a long time ago. He moved back. Here. I'm going to teach you what I show you. After making a few hand seals, he cut his thumb on his teeth and put his hand on the ground. Summoning no jutsu. He was on top of a big toad in an instant. The animal held a scroll in its mouth and pushed it into Naruto's hands with its tongue. The Uzumaki boy didn't know what to think about it. What's this? He rolled it out on the ground and looked pretty pale. Jiraiya laughed. This is the deal that has been made with the toads for many generations. You write your name in blood and then make a handprint in the same blood. The boy jumped over it, fell on his back, and then climbed back over it. No way. The Sennin seemed lost. Huh? What? Do you get scared? That's just a small cut. If you trained hard enough to make it to the final round of the Chunin exams, I'm sure you've had worse. The boy had big eyes when he looked up at him. I'm not allowed to sign that. Not a contract. Not at all. The man sighed and rolled his eyes. It's not a marriage vow. Do not worry. The kid shook his head. No. Not a contract. I'm not allowed to. He calmed down and wiped his knees clean. Jiraiya made a face. Huh? Can't do it? How do you mean? Naruto looked at the paper. That's what I agreed to do. There are no deals with anyone. I really can't sign this. It would be awful for everyone, not just me. He put his hand under his chin and seemed to think. Oh. I see it. That does change things. His pupil looked irritated. Besides that, why would I want to call a huge toad? I really want to be seen. It's tough not to notice that. Sennin sat down with his legs crossed and looked out at the girls in the waterfall. He had white hair. Then what should we do? I can teach you many things. He talked to himself as he looked at the women. What is Rasengan? There isn't enough time. There's only 1 month left and... He shrugged a little. How much time would I need? He smiled at Jiraiya. 4 years, easy. The kid looked like he was thinking. Well, how about I make 100 clones then? The man turned around and looked at himself again. No. That's a good thought, but you can't train with that many at once. It's an advanced skill anyway. You just learned how to walk on water and haven't mastered it yet. Uzumaki laughed. Yes, I have. But I do things in a different way. He turned around and looked over his shoulder. Huh? How do you mean? The kid let out a small sigh. Okay. You can feel the chakra, right? It looked like Jiraiya was mad. Yes, of course. Hi, my name is Toad Sennin. The boy looked at the pool over his shoulder. Okay. Keep a close eye on my feet. He got out of the boat and walked across the water. As the Sennin watched the boy cross the water without any trouble, he frowned. After a moment, his face became a little less tight. Hey. Where are you going? The blonde nin jumped off the water's surface and held up his foot to show him the bottom. Chakra is only used when my feet are in the water. I seal it off as soon as they stop touching the surface and do it again when they touch the surface again. He walked out into the water and pointed to a small group of stones close to Jiraiya. Throw me a few of those rocks. Don't use them to try to knock me off my feet. The man did that, and the stones were different sizes. They were caught by the boy, but it didn't throw him off balance or break the jutsu. He kept going and threw them away as he caught stones of different sizes. After a few steps with each one, he threw it away. He laughed with his teacher. I understand. It looks like you're smarter than Ebisu thought. He jumped at the boy as he ran up to him. Jiraiya was on Naruto's back, right behind his neck, and he was hunched over. The boy struggled to the edge of the pool and stepped back onto the ground without sinking a single inch. The man smiled. The Sennin laughed and jumped back down to the ground. Well, you're better off than I thought. So, what is this Rasengan thing all about? I'll be able to do it in a month if it doesn't involve a contract. The boy seemed sure of himself. He laughed out loud. No. Still not yet. You're smarter than I thought, but I have just the thing for you. He gave the boy a wink. Horse, snake, and dog are the hand seals. Escape jutsu that is clear. The man set the seals and then disappeared. The eyes of Naruto got a little big. Huh? He got down on his knees and looked around. What the? After a moment, he stood up and smiled. Hey. He came down and put out his hand. A big splash came from the pool of water, and Naruto knelt on the edge to look down at Jiraiya, who was angry and wet. Hey. Cool. A jutsu for not being seen? He stood up and frowned at him. How did you know where I was? The boy laughed. You make too much noise when you walk. The man made a face. I see. It's a mask that hides you. Yeah, cool. The kid looked happy. I can learn that? The man got out of the water on his hands and knees. I don't see any reason why not. The kid looked happy. Neat. That jutsu is just right for me. Jiraiya gave him a nod and leaned in close. I thought you might say that. But there are limits to it. Naruto gave a nod. Like what? You should use it to spy, not fight. While you're invisible, you won't be able to attack anyone. The man smiled at the kid. It takes a lot of concentration as well. His pupil looked happy. How does it work? The senin gave a smile. It distorts the light around you using your chakra. That's what the blonde nin seemed to be thinking. I see. Nin that can see or feel chakra won't be able to use it, right? His teacher seemed impressed. Not close. From far away, it spreads and bends your chakra so much that they won't be able to find you with Ijutsu or chakra sensing jutsu. If someone has that skill, I wouldn't get closer than 20 feet to them. Naruto smiled and nodded. I wonder if I can work around that somehow? Jiraiya made a face. You still haven't learned it. Don't jump the gun. The boy smiled. Okay. Then let's get going. There were 10 of them around the man. He stood in front of Jiraiya and smiled. He was the only one of him. His teacher could see behind him, even though he could still be seen, and he looked very gray. The senin said, yes. That's interesting. His pupil looked happy. Yeah, I call it the shadow fade jutsu. He smiled and raised his arm to look at it. I like the transparent escape jutsu, but it uses a lot of chakra to keep it up. I'm pretty good at staying out of sight to begin with, and this I can use for much longer. Jiraiya said, yes. They had been working together for 2 weeks when he said, yes, I see what you mean. The boy learned his move in 2 days, but it took him a little while to improve it. Interesting. The kid said, yes. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I still need to break the jutsu to attack, but it's not as easy to tell. I can get close enough to hit even a chakra. Sensitive opponent. He disappeared and then reappeared in front of him in a form that looked faded and shadowy. You know what? I can switch between them too. He looked whole and solid again, then disappeared in an instant. I can do this much faster too. It takes a few seconds to use the full jutsu you showed me. The boy had learned a jutsu that wasn't quite as strong as it could be. I think I get it. Naruto used the jutsu, which made the effect look like a strobe light. He never really disappeared, and he didn't keep it up. It was a little strange how fast the boy could use and spread chakra. He went to the front of the class and crossed his legs. Well, I guess there isn't much else I can do with you. I can't teach you anything useful that I think you might find useful in just 2 weeks. He frowned and nodded as he looked up at the sky. I guess all I can do now is wish you luck. The moon was high in the sky, and it was getting dark. His pupil looked happy. Yeah. Thanks, you're a perverted idiot, but you're pretty strong. Jiraiya gave him a mean look and growled. Yeah. Is that supposed to be gratitude? Naruto smiled and nodded. Well, yes. You've been staring at those girls since we started this. They've been here every day for 2 weeks. That's a little strange. One of his clones jumped down from a nearby tree branch, and his son jumped out of its arms and into his own. The bag got on his shoulder and into his hood. The senin laughed. He clenched his fist and looked like he was about to cry. Well, one shouldn't question such good fortune. Naruto looked pleased with Kitsuma as he rubbed his head. Over the past week, he had been fussy and moved around a lot. When the kid's nose opened, he let out a big yawn and made a small whining sound with his tongue. I guess it's getting late. It was early evening, and the sky was gray because the last bits of orange light had gone away over the horizon. Jiraiya said, "Yes. Well, I'm leaving now. Good luck, and I hope we see each other again." As he walked away, he almost ran into two girls in bikinis who had wild hair and smiles on their faces. He smiled very big. "Oh. Hello." They looked at him with smiles that wouldn't go away. They walked right by him without saying a word. The person shook their hair and blinked in surprise. Her hair was long and red, and it hung around her face. Her hair was short and green. When they pulled on the strings on the back of their bikinis, the tops came off. The boy was a little confused, and his eyes kept going to their pretty big, perky breasts. Huh? He hit the ground hard and turned bright red. I. The Kitsuma made a small, light growl sound and cocked his head. Jiraiya turned around with his jaw hung open. Hey. He looked at both girls with wide eyes as they took off their bathing suits. He showed up in front of them in an instant. I'm Jiraiya. Famous author and powerful warrior gentleman. This is my prized student Naruto. Would you like an autograph? The two women looked to be around 19 years old. They frowned at him, and the one with short green hair punched him in the chest, which threw him backwards into the water. As they walked up to him and started to rub his body, Naruto watched. Hey. Cut that out, would you? His teacher gave him a blink. He stood up and asked, What are you saying, boy? He ran into the nearby bushes and didn't come out. Look, all hey. Just leave you alone. His hair was still sticking out of the bottom a little, so it was clear he was watching from the bushes. It felt like they were rubbing Naruto down while they kissed him on the chest and cheeks. He grabbed one of them by the wrist as she reached into his hood to put her hand behind his neck. He looked at her with hard eyes, pushed her away, and jumped out of the other person's arms. What are you doing? Jiraiya was losing his temper. That idiot. Man, this could have been the crowning jewel of my next book. Get him, girls. He's weakening. He put some space between himself and the two naked girls and turned to face them with a frown. Who are you? They were too old to be interested in him. The person on the right with green hair laughed. I'm Masara. While she smiled seductively, the redhead began to lick her finger. I'm Kurama. Naruto put his hand over his son's eyes, which looked confused. What kind of perverts are you anyway? What do you want? Kitsuma barked and poked his nose in the air. His tails were wagging. They put their hands on their hips. Kurama laughed and said, Well, we were trying to seduce you. Masara said, Yes. Yeah. We're planning on having sex with you, boss. He held his son in his arms and covered the kid's eyes. Cut it out. There's kids here. The women blink and look at each other. Kurama looked confused and asked, Are you sure? It was beet red on Naruto. Yes. Put your clothes back on. Masara gave a sigh. Do we have to, boss? Yes, Kurama said, yeah. It would be lots of fun. The boy thought about it for a moment and then looked down at Kitsuma. He hung his head and asked, Man, why did I have to bring you today? What the heck is up with you two anyway? Two girls went away, leaving two kitsunes sitting on the ground in front of him. Masara, the one on the right, spoke up. We came to see the prince. The prince had 3 tails. The other fox had 4 tails and a head tilt. Yes, boss. The queen told us to keep an eye on you. It was very happy. He looked down at them. Huh? His jaw was a little loose. He smiled and said, We've been watching you. Masara got up, walked over to him, and sat down. Kurama went after him and nodded. The fox with 4 tails laughed. You've done good, boss. The other person agreed. Yeah. Jiraiya came out of the bushes slowly. Huh? Kitsune? Naruto seemed to be lost. Boss? Prince? What the heck are you talking about? He saw him and looked up. Highness told us to come and make sure the king stays out of trouble. Masara agreed and nodded. Yes. We're supposed to help teach the prince. Kitsuma was still being held by his dad. He looked down at them, wagged his tails, and let out a few happy yips. Naruto got on his knees and held him close. Both foxes looked happy and ashamed at the same time. Kurama ruffled his fur and said, "The prince is too nice." "You're both guys?" asked the boy in the hood. The two looked shocked. Masara stood up and wagged his tails. "Well, we're Kitsune, it doesn't matter much to us." Kurama gave a nod. "We'll still have sex with you if you like. We don't mind at all." In silence for a moment, the boy raised his eyebrows and looked at them. Then he spoke. He looked a little pale and said, "No thanks." Jiraiya stood behind his student and observed the two monsters from below. "Well, if you're not interested, I suppose I wouldn't mind." Naruto was getting mad and said, "Hey, stop being such a puss in front of my son." The Sennin smiled. "Huh? What do you mean? We can go somewhere more private." He punched the air. The two Kitsune looked at him and then back at each other. Masara looked grumpy. "Hey. You can leave now, you know. We're here to see the boss and the prince." Uzumaki sat down in front of them, put Kitsuma on his lap, and stroked him. "Boss? Prince? What the hell are you talking about?" Jiraiya had his head hung low. He got down on his knees next to his student and looked at him with a serious face. "You're the king of Kitsune. The Kyuubi is their queen, and this is her son." The boy had big eyes when he looked up at him. "Huh? Me?" Kurama smiled and stuck out his tongue. "Yes. That's right." Naruto gave them a mean look. "Won't she be mad at you for hitting on me like that?" The animals both laughed out loud, and Jiraiya joined in. The nin flushed once more. "What's so funny?" Masara turned her back on them. "Nothing. I guess he is still a kid after all." Kisuma turned around and looked the other way. "Yeah. Still, he is the boss. Maybe later?" "No way. What are you doing here anyway?" Naruto asked. He saw Masara look up at him. "We told you. We're here to instruct the prince, and keep an eye on you." The kid looked angry. "K. Keep an eye on me?" Kurama gave a nod. "Yeah. We work for the queen." He got up from his lap and stuck out his tongue to look at the two animals sitting in front of him. He yipped a few times and looked happy and not scared. He let out a sigh. "Teach him? Teach him what?" "He's my son." Masara said, "Yes. Yes. You're not a Kitsune. He's got to learn how to control his power, or he'll be more trouble than you can handle." Kurama looked at the kid from below. "He's very young. There's not much we can do for him yet. Still, in a few months, we'll need to start showing him how to use his power, and show him how to control it. He's very strong." He looked very serious as he put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Naruto, you should pay attention to them. Your son has 9 tails, which is a sign of power for their kind. He'll be much stronger than these two very quickly." He showed them the tails on the two people in front of them. "See, this one is about 300, he's got 3 tails, the other is 400 or so, and has 4 tails. Kitsune grow a new tail every 100 years or so, and they become stronger with each new tail." The 3-tailed fox said, "Yes. Yes. You don't have the ability to show him or teach him what he must learn from us." The 4-tailed fox got down on the ground next to the young animal. "Yes. He is one of our kind. We'll be able to show him how to take human form, use his illusions, and do many things. If we don't, well..." Masara looked happy. "It'll be more trouble than you think." Naruto smiled and nodded. He looked down at them and said, "I see. Okay, I'll keep an eye on you. You're not turning him into some kind of pervert either." Kurama laughed. "It's in our nature to be mischievous." We were just joking. We know you're still a kid. The nin with the hood grumbled. As Kitsuma walked around the two foxes, he began to sniff their behinds. He looked up at them and yipped as he ran around them a few times. Naruto stopped and took his arms off each other. He saw a lot of glowing yellow eyes in the trees and woods around him. Different, colored and sized foxes began to walk into the clearing. There were at least 100 of them sitting in a half circle. Whoa! Some of them had 4 or 5 tails, while others had 2 or 3. As they walked away from Masara and Kurama, they all hung their heads and bowed to the happy Kitsune, who was looking around between the two. Kitsuma stood there and looked at everyone. He yipped happily and playfully as he looked around the crowd. Jiraiya looked a little scared too. He didn't say anything and just stared at the scene. He did not move and kept an eye on his son. After a short time, the foxes started to go back into the woods, disappearing into the darkness. Masara and Kurama were left behind. Wow! He spoke after they looked up at him. Thank you. We've wanted to see him, but coming to the village can be dangerous for so many of us. Masara smiled and nodded. Yes. We'll leave you for now, but we'll be visiting you later. 1 or 2 of us can disguise ourselves and enter the village with no problems. There are many of us who live here though. He is safe in these woods, there are many of us, and none of us will see him harmed. Uzumaki smiled and took his son in his arms. Yeah. I guess we'll talk about it later. I don't want him running around the woods on his own. Not even with you two yet. He's too small, and I can't let him get hurt. Besides, I don't know you. The Kurama looked happy. Yes. We understand. Masara turned away, and his friend went after him. Goodbye, boss. We'll visit you later. He looked a little shocked. Come on. You should head back. I've got places to go myself. We'll meet again. Naruto picked up his son and held him close. The kid seemed to fall asleep as it rubbed against his arm. Why? Yeah. Jiraiya turned away from the village after they left the clearing, and Naruto got back on the path that led to it. Hayate was killed? Anko asked with a sour face. The Hokage gave a serious nod. 2 council elders sat on either side of him, and a group of Junin sat in front of him. Kakashi wasn't there. Yes. The Genin Kabuto has been uncovered as a spy as well. He's gone missing. I had Hayate tailing him after he came under suspicion. This seems to verify that concern. Mitarashi nodded with a serious face. Kabuto killed him? The old man turned his head away. That is unknown, though I suppose it is possible. He may have been killed by another. It is reasonable to assume it though. One of the Junin spoke up and frowned. If Orochimaru is involved, then we should cancel the exams. It was a nod from Sarutobi. I see no reason for that. He revealed himself to Anko, and urged us to continue. He's got enough power to destroy a small country on his own. Plus, he has a grudge against Leaf. Any number of countries would have their eyes set on him. To show fear and weakness in this situation would be a mistake. Homura made a face. What of this Kabuto? Do we know who he works for? How was he discovered? They looked at him for a moment. Uzumaki stumbled across evidence that he was suspicious. He had records that he shouldn't have had access to in his possession. I suspect he is working with Sound, who we now know are Orochimaru's forces. He sent them to attack Uchiha and Haruno, after he thought Uzumaki was killed. It seems that Orochimaru has expressed an interest in Sasuke, though we are unaware of what that interest is at the moment. Anko said, yes. None of the Sound Nin passed the exam. They shouldn't be in the village any longer. Where is Sasuke now? I've been helping Haruno with her training. Kakashi asked me to look after her while he was away. Kaharu laughed a little. Yes. You've expressed interest in Naruto. The woman said, yes, yes. Well, he's set up other arrangements for him. Haruno has been easy to work with, and she knows him. I've learned a bit. We all know he's already a Chunin, he just doesn't know it yet. Sarutobi gave a nod, yes. Anko was shocked, and she raised an eyebrow. At any rate, something is going on. Homura gave a nod. Yes. We must ask that all of you be on guard and aware. Given what we know, the sound spy Kabuto isn't working alone. The Hokage smiled at the group. I trust you guys. Sakura was on her way back from training. She looked happy even though she was dirty and tired. She stopped and looked over her shoulder before saying, Sakura. It looked like Ino was nearby. She was clean and stopped jogging next to her. Hey. Her hair was neat and her clothes looked brand new. The pink-haired Kunoichi seemed to agree. What's up? You're not training? The blonde looked at her with a frown. I've finished for the day. Where's Sasuke? I've not been able to find him. Another man's voice cut in. He's run off with Kakashi-sensei. They've gone to train somewhere outside the village. Sakura glanced at him. Hey. You're here too? Naruto nodded as he walked up to her. Yeah. I've finished my training with that pervert Sennin. I'm keeping it light for a bit. Just a bit of taijutsu and some light weapons stuff until we start the exams. He looked a bit tired, and had a familiar muzzle poking from his hood. Ino frowned at him. Rats. I was hoping to see him. I know he's probably tired of hanging around Sakura all the time. Naruto glanced at her and spoke to his teammate. I'll see you later. I'm gonna grab a bite at Ichiraku and head home. I gotta stop and pick up something for Kitsuma too. He's not big enough for noodles yet. The kid yipped at Sakura as she scratched at his head. Sakura gave a pleased smile. Hey. He's getting bigger already. Soon he won't fit in your hood like that anymore. Ino was flustered and annoyed. What's with you lately anyway? Naruto walked by the blonde girl as she glared at her rival. Sakura looked over her shoulder. I'm not competing with you anymore. Sasuke isn't interested in us right now. I tease him a bit, but both of us are the same now. Ino growled. What? You're nothing like Sasuke. He's great. The pink-haired Kunoichi shrugged. Whatever. You're no threat to me. I'm more interested in becoming a strong ninja than getting a date. Sasuke is the same way. If I keep bothering him, it will just push him away and annoy him. Right now, I'm ahead of you in love and ninjutsu. The blonde tossed her hair. We both know I'm better looking. Do you really think he's more interested in you? Sakura shrugged. He'll talk to me, he just ignores you. She started walking off. Ino was fuming mad. What? You bitch. I'm gonna kick your ass. You hear me? Get back here. She charged and Sakura turned a corner ahead of her. When Ino followed after her, she froze. Sakura was gone. That cowardly bitch. Running away, huh? Oh, I'm gonna cave that huge forehead in with my foot. Shikamaru walked up beside her with his hands in his pockets. What are you so hot on? He looked annoyed. Ino turned to glare at him and he took a step back. That's right. I am hot. Sasuke knows it too. Nara frowned a little more and grumbled. Whatever. You're making a scene. Cut it out, would you? It's embarrassing. Shoji was beside him a moment later. What's with her? Shikamaru snorted. Heck if I know. Looks like she ran into Sakura again. The tubby boy shoved a few chips into his mouth. Huh? What happened anyway? She always talks bad about her, but it ain't like this usually. Ino growled. She's turned into a stuck-up bitch. That's what. I'm gonna kill her in that stupid tournament. She's never beaten me, and she's acting all high and mighty. Shikamaru shrugged. Yeah. Well, good luck with that. Naruto gave a heavy sigh. Huh? The two foxes he'd met while he was training with Jiraiya were sitting on his doorstep. Oh. You too. Masara seemed pleased. Hi, boss. Kurama was just as cheerful. We're here. They both trotted into the home and looked about. Kitsuma was shaking a small thick rope about and growling as he played in the middle of the room. Naruto seemed a little annoyed. "What's up?" Kurama looked up at him. "We've got to start teaching the prince soon." The three tails nodded. "Yeah. We're moving in." A moment later, the two attractive 19-year-old girls were standing in the room. "Isn't that nice?" The one with green hair was wearing an apron and nothing else. The redhead was wearing a very short and tight maid outfit. "Yeah. It's going to take a while, and we've got a lot to teach him." Naruto was frozen. Moving in." Masara giggled. "Yeah. Of course. We told you, we've got to instruct him, but we're also supposed to keep an eye on you." The blonde nin growled. "Hey, look." Kurama cocked her head and looked very cute as she pretended to think. "Yeah. It's part of that deal you made." The teenager made a choking noise. "It never said anything about having you two move in with me." The green-haired girl shrugged. "Well, we've got to teach him. Unless you want to leave him in the woods with us every day." He froze and hung his head. I. Grr. The redhead was bouncing up and down in more than one way. "It will be fun." Kitsuma was jumping up and down beside her, yipping with cheer. Naruto glared at them. "Well, I ain't feeding you two freeloaders. You're on your own for food." The two girls glowered at him and looked sullen. "Fine." The blonde crossed his arms and turned his nose up. "You gotta wear clothes too. I can't have you running around naked." The pair looked confused. "Why?" They chimed in unison. Naruto jabbed his finger at them. "Look. This is bad enough. I don't need the whole village thinking I'm some kind of pervert. You gotta wear clothes, normal ones." Both the cute older girls glared at the floor and grumbled. After spinning around, they were both wearing very tight yukata. Naruto still didn't seem satisfied. "It's a start." Kurama squatted down and tugged on the other end of the rope as Kitsuma pulled on it and shook his head. The kid was having a wonderful time. "Yes. We'll have fun teasing the boss, won't we?" Naruto was sitting at the table glaring at the scene looking displeased. "Great. Just great. We'll have fun. Don't worry." Masara sat across from him and held her face up with her palms as she fluttered her eyes at him and pushed out her chest. He stood up and walked over to his bed. "Well, I'm going to sleep. I've got training to do tomorrow." Kitsuma rushed over and hopped on top of him. He curled up on top of his chest and settled in. A moment later, Naruto froze in place. He could feel something warm and wet running down the side of his neck. 4 hands were rubbing at his sides and something warm and wet pulled on his ear on one side. One of the hands on each side of him were sliding down his belly towards his. His eyes flew open and he grabbed the hands before they got too far. "Hey! Cut that out." He jumped out of bed, cradling his son in his arm as he did. The kid seemed dazed and yawned from his arm. Kitsuma looked at the 2 naked girls in his bed. "You keep your hands to yourselves. Out. Out of my bed. You 2 jerks are guys. Gross. Sleep somewhere else." He jabbed his finger away from his bed. "Both of you keep your hands to yourselves." The pair hung their heads and sulked off. A moment later, 2 foxes were curled up on the ground in the middle of the room. "Why did she marry him again?" Kurama whispered to his companion. Masara seemed confused. "I'm not sure. He's not much fun, is he?" His companion nodded. "Well, maybe he just has to get used to us." Kurama nodded. "Yeah. He'll come around, don't worry." Naruto was rubbing at his face in bed with Kitsuma settling back onto his chest. "Grabby little perverted furballs. Gross." Shikamaru was wide-eyed, with Choji at his side. Both of them had rather slack jaws. Is Uzumaki here?" The 2 cheerful older girls looked at the pair as they shoved their breasts forward as far as they could. They were both wearing yukata and their tits were about falling out of their clothes. One of Masara's did, and she ignored it. Both of the teenage boys got very wide-eyed and their eyes locked into place. Kurama gave a cute giggle. "Oh? You mean, boss?" Shoji stammered. The bag of snacks in his hand fell to the ground. Boss?" Shikamaru managed to pull his eyes away from the exposed breast long enough to stutter. Who are you?" The redhead spoke up first. "I'm Kurama." She bounced and her breast fell back into her clothes. The green-haired girl nodded and giggled. "I'm Masara." They both grabbed onto each other in a seductive way. "We're the boss's sex slaves." Shoji hit the ground as he fell back as his eyes rolled up into his head. Shikamaru just stood there with his jaw hanging. I'm. Naruto grabbed the pair and pulled them out of the door. "What the hell are you doing?" "Nothing, boss." The pair looked shifty-eyed and wandered away from the door into the house. Shikamaru swallowed. Uzumaki." The hooded nin seemed annoyed. "Don't listen to them." He turned to the pair who were sitting on the floor with Kitsuma. "Don't tell people stuff like that." "What are you trying to do to me?" Nara swallowed. "We heard a rumor that you had a couple of girls staying here." Those two are your." Naruto gave a heavy sigh. "No. Look, they aren't human. I ain't doing nothing to them. They aren't even really girls." Shoji stood up and turned a little green. "Those are guys?" Uzumaki hung his head. "No. They're both kitsune, fox spirits. It's a bit weird, but..." Shikamaru looked even more shocked. "Huh?" Naruto gave a heavy sigh. "It's a long story. They're supposed to help me with Kitsuma. He turned very red. Nara frowned at the pair. "Fox spirits?" Shoji looked at the ground. "You lucky bastard." The hooded nin shook his head. "Lucky? They've both been a pain in the ass. What's up anyway?" Shikamaru held up a shogi board. "I was gonna see if you wanted a game. We've got to be at the exams tomorrow. If you're busy, I understand." Shoji was flushed. Yeah. Busy." The redhead was holding a leaf on the fox kid's forehead with her fingers and talking to it in a sweet voice. The green-haired girl was rubbing on Kitsuma's back and smiling at him. Naruto nodded. "Yeah. Anything to take my mind off this mess." Naruto looked up from the ground. The last thing he remembered was the board game vanishing from in front of him. He was distracted, and Shikamaru was beating him. The next thing he knew, his head hurt, and he was on the ground. "Ouch. Huh? You animal. Pervert. What the hell is that?" Sakura was pointing back towards the door to his house and standing over him while glaring down at him. "Aren't you supposed to be married? What is wrong with you? I never thought." You, pervert." Naruto grumbled as he sat up. "Aw man. Not again." Shikamaru and Shoji were standing side by side. Nara backed away and decided he'd get another board game later. We'll see you tomorrow, Naruto." Good luck." Shoji snorted. "Yeah. As if he's not lucky enough." Sakura turned to glare at them both, and they rushed away. "I don't believe this." Naruto was sitting in front of her looking irate. "Those two. I really am starting to hate them. Sex slaves? You've got sex slaves?" Sakura crossed her arms and her aura burned around her. "No. Those two idiots are lying. They're both fox spirits. They're supposed to be helping me with Kitsuma, not making me look like a pervert to the whole stupid village." Naruto rubbed at his skull. "Ouch." Sakura looked surprised. What? Naruto was sitting beside a tree stump just outside his home with the remains of the shogi game scattered about the dirt around him. The board was in two pieces. They're fox spirits. Both of them are perverts, and they're both really guys. The pink-haired Kunoichi turned a bit purple. "Gee. Guys?" The hooded nin glared at her. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's bad enough as it is. They're supposed to be teaching Kitsuma about his powers and stuff. Sakura had relaxed a bit. Why? You're... He glared at her and shook his head as he put his hands up. No. No way. He knew Ken and Ryu were nearby, he could hear them both rolling with laughter. Did you need something? The girl hung her head and glared at him. I came to wish you luck tomorrow. Sasuke isn't back yet either. I was wondering if you'd seen him. Naruto shook his head. No. Look, they're not even human. I had to throw them out of my bed 4 times last night. It's bad enough as it is, the perverts. I can't get rid of them either. Freeloading jerks. She looked suspicious. Well, I guess. Naruto looked up at her. Sasuke isn't back yet? The finals are tomorrow. The pink-haired Kunoichi nodded. No. What's with those two? The redhead felt me up. I'm pretty sure the other one was trying to look down the front of my shirt. The hooded nin gave a heavy sigh. Tell me about it. Those grabby perverts. It's worse than living with that pervy senin. Sakura seemed to relax. Naruto looked irate with his house guests. She gave him a wave. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. I hope Sasuke isn't late. She hung her head as she walked off. Maybe it's best if I don't know. Her inner self agreed. The hooded nin watched her rush away. She was almost stomping and looked frustrated. Great. What the heck am I going to do with those two idiots? He moved up to his door and found Ken and Ryu chuckling on either side of the door. They both had red faces and tears in their eyes. Hey. I guess you've been enjoying this? Ken nodded. Immensely. Ryu shrugged. It's hard to feel sorry for you. They're cute. The boy frowned at him. They're guys. Ken nodded. It doesn't matter much to fox spirits. Naruto nodded. I'd noticed. The whole village probably thinks I'm some kind of pervert. Ryu chuckled a little more. Well, not that it matters. You're married anyway. The young ninja nodded. Yeah. I guess not. Still. Ken slapped his shoulder. Well, we came by to wish you luck tomorrow. His companion agreed. Yes. Do try to get some sleep tonight. Don't let them keep you up too long. Naruto gave a heavy sigh. Yeah. Jerks. He stumbled through the door and the two chuckling ninja walked off. A moment later his voice came from inside the home. No. I don't want a massage, happy ending, or not. Keep your hands off me. I got an exam tomorrow and I need sleep, you perverts. Naruto Uzumaki laughed and looked back over his shoulder. It was Kitsuma's neighborhood and he was leaving his house. A big jello mold was moving around in the middle of a plastic swimming pool in the middle of the room. He didn't want to make a mess on his floor when it began to melt. Inside it, Kurama and Masara were lying on their backs. As they hung in the gel, both of their heads stuck out of the sides. By craning their necks, they both looked pretty sad as they watched him walk out the door. He yelled, "See you later, boss." Masara agreed, "Yeah, we need to eat our way out of this attack." Even though the four-tailed fox tried to move, all it did was make the gelatin shake a little. Masara hung his head and his tongue out. I hate lime gelatin. I did the same thing as Kurama. Yeah. I don't mind it much, but we'll ask him to use strawberry next time. They didn't look very upset, either. Hey, Kurama. Yeah. I think I get why she likes him now. Masara said, yes, yeah. He must have drugged us to make sure we didn't wake up while it was setting. This is quite inventive. He even put little bits of fruit in it with us. I think I've got a piece of it stuck in my rear from trying to move. Kurama laughed. Yeah. When we get out of it, we'll make sure it doesn't melt. Yeah. We'll reward him later and have a nude wrestling match in it. Great idea. Naruto took Kitsuma to Ken and Ryu's house on a beautiful day. He couldn't see them, but he left them a box of heavy cream and some deer meat cut into small cubes for lunch. They had both talked to him from behind to wish him luck, so he knew they were both there. At that time, he was on the practice field. He took a look around the place where he had become a genin for the first time. Eep. The nin with the hood turned his head and cocked it. One of the posts that was set up in the field was used to hide someone. He was in a good mood and asked, "Hey, Hinata, right?" He then looked over for her. With wide eyes, she looked around her cover. He could see that she had veins around her eyes. Why? Yes. He scratched his head and seemed sorry if I interrupted. I was just taking a look around. I became a genin here. No, She leaned against the post to keep it between them. He said, "Well, sorry to bother you." Then he turned away and walked toward the stadium where the tests were being held. Wait. She stepped outside with her eyes closed tight. "You're not going to kill Neji and eat him, are you? Please don't." He turned around and looked at her with wide eyes. Huh? Eat him? Hinata jumped back behind her post once more. Sorry. I didn't. I guess I can see why you think I might kill him, but eating him? That sounds gross. He hung his head a little. Look, just cause I married that demon doesn't mean that I eat people. She stuck her head around the post. I've seen you eating animals. Alive. Naruto got a little red, but his mask mostly covered it up. Oh, no longer. I was feeding Kyuubi, he said with a sigh. Man, how embarrassing. I didn't think anyone saw me. Well, Kakashi-sensei saw that bird once. The girl looked a little scared. Feeding her? He shook his head and looked at her. I don't like killing. I do a bit of hunting now and then even now to feed Kitsuma. Wild game is cheaper, easier to catch, and better for him. Don't worry about your cousin. He'll be fine if he doesn't overdo it. I'm not going to lose, but I'm not planning on killing anyone today either. As she looked out around the post again, she was shaking a little. Oh. I see. She waved at him, and he began to walk away. After putting some space between them, he shook his head and said, "Calm down, it's just an exam." He stopped and looked over his shoulder again. Man, that girl is kind of creepy. What a weirdo. She's good at hiding. I guess she would have done well on my team. I almost didn't notice her there. He turned to walk back to his destination. I guess she's just worried about her cousin. Can't blame her for that. But, eat him? Weird. The genin stood in the middle of the scene. Shiranui Genma, a Junin who had a long needle stuck out of his mouth, stood in front of them. He turned back to the group and said, "Hey, keep your eyes on the customers. You guys are the stars here." It looked like both Naruto and Sakura were mad. Sakura said under her breath, "That jerk is late." Rock Lee looked over at them with a frown. He let out a sigh. I'd be worried if it was just Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke will be here if he has to drag himself. There's no way he'll miss this. Sasuke walked up to them almost as an answer. Hey. Naruto and Sakura looked over at Lee as he calmed down a bit. The girl made a face. Don't go picking up Kakashi-sensei's bad habits. The boy looked up at the crowd and laughed. He crossed his arms and smiled. Sorry, I got lost on the road of life. Sakura was mad, and Naruto laughed. The nin with the hood looked at his teammates. Well, we've all gotten stronger over the past month. I can tell you're both better than before already. He got a smirk from the Uchiha boy. I'm looking forward to fighting you. The three people in the stands saw Kakashi sit down. The boy with dark hair took his place at the end of the line of genin, and Sarutobi smiled. It looks like everyone has shown up, he said with a smile. Ah, there you are. He walked over and sat down next to him, giving him a nod. The two had their own booth, and none of the other cages had chosen to go. Each group sent someone to sit in the stands and watch. It wasn't a big surprise since Sand and Leaf were the only ones with competitors. It looked like Hokage was glad to see him. "Well, you must be tired from the journey?" That was all Kage could say. "Not at all. It's fortunate we held it here this time, while you're still alive. A journey like that must be difficult for you. Perhaps it's time you decided on the 5th? The old man laughed in a good way. He stood up and called out to the crowd, "Don't treat me like an old man. I plan to do this for another 5 years. Let's start. Welcome to the Chunin selection exam. We will now begin the matches between the 12 who have worked so hard to make it this far. Please stay and watch until the end." She turned around to face them. "All right guys, this is the finals of the exam. The rules haven't changed, there are none. You fight until one of you dies, is unable to continue, or acknowledges defeat. If I determine a winner, I'll step in and stop the match, you got that?" He looked around and they all nodded. "Right. The first match is Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Those two will remain here, while the rest of you go to the waiting area upstairs." As Sakura walked up to face Ino, she looked at her with a calm, even gaze. The blonde girl's face was mean. "You can't run now. You've never beat me at anything. You should be scared. I'm gonna make you look bad in front of Sasuke, and show him which of us is really superior." She waited and looked calm, so Haruno just looked at her and didn't say anything. Ino barked. "What? You've got nothing to say?" Sakura didn't change how she looked. "You talk too much." The other competitors showed up and found places to watch from above. There were a lot of them standing against the railing. It was time to start. Ino yelled loudly as she ran forward. When she punched her rival, the kunoichi with pink hair leaned back and to the side. When Haruno raised her knee, the blonde girl knelt over her leg. Oof. As soon as Sakura saw the girl, she slammed her palm into her jaw, knocking her to the ground. When several kunai hit the ground where Ino was lying, she jumped up and gasped. She then stumbled backwards. Someone else's leg went over her head, so she dove and put up her arm. When Yamanaka took a hit, her eyes went wide as she felt herself shaking. What the? Her arm hurt, and she defended herself after being pushed back a few feet even though she had blocked. No way. Both of Sakura's fists were up by her face. One was held in front of her waist. She looked calm and turned her head to face her. Her eyes were fixed on the people she was fighting. Ino looked very angry. She rushed forward again and hit him with kicks and a kunai. You think you're tough? I'll show you. Haruno moved and let the blonde girl's leg go over her. She bent her back a little to avoid getting cut, put her arm up, and stopped the girl's leg in its tracks. Ino didn't let the blocked kick slow her down. Instead, she turned around and kicked her opponent in the face from the other direction. As Ino cut her with a kunai from the same direction, Sakura bowed her head and moved her back just enough to let it go over her head. She then hit her upper arm with an open palm strike. As Yamanaka growled and shook her wrist, the weapon slid across the ground. Damn. When did she get so good? Sakura kept her cold gaze fixed on him. While you've been playing with flowers and worrying about boys, I've been training. Don't look so surprised. When Ino slashed her arms out, 4 kunai flew quickly at her target. Sakura didn't try to avoid them. Instead, she caught all of them with 2 broad arm movements. When she caught them, she spun around and waved her arms. Then she stopped and turned to face the blonde. As soon as Ino saw that the girl wasn't holding them, she looked over her shoulder. Something warm and wet was running down her cheek. What? The 4 kunai she threw hit the wall behind her. She felt something wet on her palm and saw that she was bleeding. There's no way. It was Yamanaka who growled as she rushed at her opponent. In this case, Sakura stood her ground and blocked a few fast jabs. Ino was trying out her defenses. The ninja with pink hair dodged a punch that Ino was going to throw after she did something to make room for her. She cut the girl's shoulder just above the neck with her hand. It was hard for the blonde nin not to fall to the ground. Sakura grabbed her by the ponytail, threw her across the dirt, and pulled her back the other way. With her hand on her hip, Sakura stared down at her and didn't say a word. As Ino sat up with a kunai in her hand, she growled. "What's wrong, Sakura? Did cat get your tongue? Attacking me that way was rude. You're just jealous. Don't worry, it won't happen again." She pulled the kunai behind her and cut her ponytail off. The kunoichi with pink hair narrowed her eyes and got ready for the next attack. They rushed into each other again. Again, Sakura stood her ground, and Ino was on her back. The girl from Haruno put her hands up and posed as if she were doing karate. As she stood up, Ino sat up on the ground and stared at her. This time, she took a little longer to get to her feet. Damn. I can't get through her defenses. I've got no choice. Sakura didn't change her face, but she did clench her fists and stand her ground. Ino's hands did a jutsu that she knew well. Out in the sky, Naruto watched. What? What's Ino up to? This made Shikamaru clench his fist. That jutsu? She's desperate if she's doing that. He caught Sasuke's eye. Well, she's not going to beat her the way things are going now. Shoji looked like he was scared. Ino is losing to Sakura? No way. Nara said, yes. She's not going to overpower her physically. She's got no choice, if she misses she's finished. Ino had a crazy grin on her face. Shin-ten Shin no Jutsu. The ninja with pink hair smiled, and Ino narrowed her eyes as she focused on her jutsu. At the last second, her opponent quickly moved out of the way to avoid it. Ino got on her knees in front of the girl. She raised her head and smiled after a moment. As Sakura stood in front of her, she clenched her teeth and seemed to be shaking a little. Well, what do you know? You can't move, can you? That hair is now a rope fused with chakra. You're stuck. She had faked her jutsu to set the trap. She looked shocked and let out a growling sound. The girl's hair was lying on the ground between them, and some of it was wrapped around Sakura's leg. Come on, you brat. Is this all you've got? When she spoke, Ino stood up and smiled at her. Hey, I told you couldn't beat me. I'm better at love and ninjutsu. She raised her hands and said, hey. There's no way I'll miss this time. Ten laughed. Hey. Impressive. Ino has already lost, even if that jutsu lands. After a moment, Shikamaru understood what she meant when he looked down at the fight. No. Ino. Don't. The blonde kunoichi set her jutsu's aim with her hands. Shin-ten Shin no Jutsu. Ino fell to her knees with her head hung low again. Sakura looked up at the other people who were there for the test. She put up her hand and said, hey. I'm Sakura Haruno. She jerked forward and her eyes went wide. Since Sakura's shadow clone had been broken, there was a puff of smoke around her. She had a kunai in her hand and held it forward to stab. Along with the frozen Ino, she raised her head with the side of the blade. It's over. Genma gave a nod from nearby. Sakura Haruno is the winner. From above, Sasuke smiled as he watched. She stayed hidden behind her clone. She was waiting for that jutsu. I thought it was odd she didn't finish her right at the start. She could have knocked her out cold no problem. Naruto smiled and looked at his partner. Yeah. It was a good plan, but if I was her, I'd have ended it as soon as I could have. I suppose she did good sticking to the plan she made. I think she was expecting Ino to be stronger. Shikamaru made a face. Great. We'll never hear the end of this. Shoji looked like he was thinking about it. I dunno? Maybe she'll finally shut up about it? She got her ass kicked pretty bad. I must say, Sakura is unique. The plan worked out well, Nara agreed and watched her walk toward her. Ten smiled and nodded. I figured as much. There was no way that immature brat was going to beat her. Tamari also gave a small smirk. I guess I can respect a girl like that a little. Not bad. I hope I get to fight against her. Kankuro gave her a mean look but didn't say anything. He turned his head back to the arena. Sasuke gave Naruto a quick look. Hey. You're up next. You notice anything weird? The nin with the hood nodded. Yeah. What's up with the Anbu? There's a couple standing about in the crowd. Is something going on? Sasuke just shrugged. The nin he pointed out looked away towards the arena as he said, not sure. Good luck, I'll keep an eye out. That one near the other side of the crowd has had his eyes on us since he showed up a minute ago. Naruto smiled and nodded. Yup. I guess I can't worry about it now. Neji frowned as he walked by. Hey. I hope you're ready to lose. The blonde nin looked happy. He then went after her and toward the arena. I like to think I prepare for everything, she said. He walked into the middle of the arena and gave his opponent a mean look. His eyes were sharp and hard. He kept thinking about what he had learned. He's considered a genius in the Hyuga clan. A member of the lower branch house. His style is a soft style, he'll try to attack my chakra points. A strategy that puts me at a distance would be best, I think. We'll test the waters, I'm not sure, but I might not need to worry about that. Hey. He got a frown from Neji. He had a mask on his face, but he could tell that his opponent was smiling. What are you smiling about? He looked him over with his arms crossed. Well, your friend Lee. He said the strongest genin in Konoha was on his team. I assume he meant you. You seem to be the leader of your team, and that's usually the one who's considered the strongest. The boy made a face. That's right. This match is already over. Your fate was set when I became your opponent. He looked at the shadow in front of him with narrowed eyes. He only saw darkness. He barked. What the hell are you anyway? The nin with the hood looked happy. Two more of him showed up on either side of him and said, Me? I'm Konoha's smartest genin. This should be a good match. The two clones clenched their fists and got ready to fight. As Neji watched, his eyes got really big. The veins around his eyes were beating fast because his eye jutsu was at full strength. He thought, what the hell? He could see his chakra lines, but they were empty, like he was dead. As they ran forward, Naruto turned his head to the side. Shall we begin? All three of them disappeared. Neji ran as fast as him and ran into the two clones' head. On. They punched him, but he easily pushed their attacks to the side and hit them in the chest and belly with his palm as he dodged their fast attacks. The jutsu held even though both clones flew back. They got up and rubbed the places where they had been hurt. The Neji growled. He doesn't look hurt as much as he should be. When one of the clones fell, blood came out of his mouth. The other one barked and looked like his chest hurt. Ouch. Neji seemed to feel better about himself. As Naruto moved out of the way behind him, he turned around and kicked. He gasped and jumped into the air, grabbing the two new clones by their hair and slamming them into each other head first. You think you can sneak up on me? They hit, and the jutsu broke just in time. The Hyuga boy gasped and lost his balance for a moment in the air. Huh? He was hit in the stomach with pain as Naruto walked by on his right. He fell to the ground on his back. Neji moaned in pain and went to his feet slowly. He thought, damn, you sneaky jerk. The boy put his sword back over his shoulder, but it was still in its sheath. When Neji rolled over, he pushed on the ground to help himself get up. He then jumped back and quickly pulled his arm off the ground. As soon as he landed and looked around, the metal of a bear trap snapped at his hand. The other person was gone. What the? Where did? Naruto showed up behind him. Neji put his hand over his eyes as the hooded nin slashed at him with a sword. He then grabbed the nin's leg as he went by. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto was hard on his back. He hit the ground and made a few small holes in it. This made a cloud of dust. Neji slammed his open palm into the stomach of his opponent as they fell. I've got you. He curled up around the blow, and some blood came out of his mouth. The nin with the hood grabbed his arm, threw him against the wall, and said, Gah. That hurts. He laughed as he hit it with his feet first and stooped against the wall. He ran along the side of it for a few feet and then jumped off as Fork and I went through it. He skidded to a stop and turned to face his opponent. Hey. Naruto held his stomach and looked at him. Hey. Not bad. Hyuga made a face. You think I can't see those traps you've been setting up? 5 more snapping traps were buried in the ground around the arena. The blonde nin stood up. I was wondering. Still, they'll serve their purpose. Neji laughed in a mean way. It seems you still seem to think you can win. Don't you understand that you're nothing? Your clan is just waste in this village. You're nothing but a loser. Destined by your own blood to fail, and become a stepping stone for better ninja to use to grow their own power. Naruto had a good posture. I understand that it's my duty to do my best to defeat you. Nothing else matters to me. If you want to win, you're going to have to take your victory by force. The Neji growled. Bah. What would you understand about duty? You don't know what it's like to live with a mark and a curse. The nin with the hood looked a little irritated. Yes. I would, and you know it. The boy with white eyes stopped for a second and raised an eyebrow. You've been freed of your curse. You don't understand what it means to bear a real curse. One you can never be free of until the day that you die. While the other nin looked over, Sasuke and Sakura watched. The boy with dark hair frowned. What's he on about? The kunoichi with pink hair just shrugged. This is interesting. I've never seen Naruto in this kind of situation. Sasuke seemed shocked. Huh? I guess not. He's handling it pretty well. Neji doesn't realize he's not touched him yet. Rock Lee made a face. What do you mean? Uzumaki has taken several hits. She shook her head no. Nope. It just seems that way. Naruto would never face an opponent openly this way. He's just getting Neji worked up for something. He gasped when he got back to the ground. What? 12 Naruto were coming at him from all sides. Each one holding a weapon to attack. Hey. Fool. As the Neji spun, a ball of power formed around it and threw away all of Naruto's clones. The person who was watching from afar took a step back and uncrossed his arms. He looked shocked again when Neji appeared out of nowhere in front of him and said, "What the?" The boy's fists blurred together, and Naruto yelled, "I've had enough of you. You think I'm stupid? You've just been hanging back because you're afraid of having your pressure points attacked." The man in the hood was bent over his opponent's attack. He laughed and spat out some blood. I told you, I'm Konoha's. Neji was knocked off his feet by a hard blow to the back of the head. He landed on his side on the ground as the boy he had attacked disappeared in a puff of smoke. Smartest genin. Naruto looked down at him from where he had hit him with his sword still in its scabbard on his shoulder. The boy with the white eyes growled as he got up. I see. It doesn't matter. You can't defeat me. A person's power, looks, everything is decided at birth. I can figure it all out with these eyes. You've got no power, you're just a shell with no soul. You're going to lose and... Naruto grew to be 15 more. In case you've not noticed yet, you're getting your butt kicked. As another trap went off, Neji jumped to his feet, gasped, and jerked his leg up. He frowned as he jumped back because he had to do it again. As he looked at 2 more of the sprung traps in the dirt, he gasped for air. Uzumaki gave a nod. That's 3. Hyuga yelled as he was hit again. It was Kaden. And all of the clones were thrown away. You still think that will work? Naruto was the only one left and on his back. He got up and reached for the sword that was on his back, but this time he didn't draw it. He had his fingers in front of his mask. Hey. He got a smirk from Neji. You're smart, but weak. You still don't know that your fate is over. You're in my Hokage's field. It's over, he said, lowering himself and spreading his arms wide. Gentle fist style. 60. 4 hands of Hokage. The Hyuga boy charged forward and hit the hooded nin so quickly that it threw him back. Without being able to fight back, Naruto fell to his knees and held his stomach tight in front of Neji. The boy with the white eyes smiled. I have hit the 60. 4 points on your body. You can no longer stand. Hey. It's painful, isn't it? Stay on your knees before a superior power. You should realize that hard work to realize your dreams is an illusion. The blonde nin's hood was no longer on his head. He was shaking as he got down on the ground in front of his opponent. Neji began to move away. He stopped and frowned as he looked over his shoulder. His opponent, who had just fallen, was laughing for some reason. Naruto stood up and asked, "What's so funny? Did you lose your mind?" Neji gasped with wide eyes. "What?" The blonde shook his head and put his hood back on. "I thought those eyes were supposed to show the truth? You're crazy to think this is over just because of that." Naruto had been hit a lot, but he was still able to move around pretty well. Neji fell backwards. No way. He seemed a little worn out. He couldn't get enough air. "I have to say, it does hurt a little." "What's your problem anyway? You've been talking a lot." He stumbled forward and kept grabbing his stomach. Blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. As Neji growled, he took off the shield that covered his forehead. He had a mark on his forehead. There were 2 lines on either side of the manji. The boy with the white eyes seemed to enjoy talking to himself and believing in the iron rule of destiny. "It's a curse seal. It's a real curse, not that you'd understand that. A story about his family, the curse on his branch, and how his father was sent to die to take over as leader of the Hyuga clan." He narrowed his eyes at Naruto when he was done. "I hate you. You're just a coward, and you've escaped your curse by making a deal with a monster. You call what happened to you a curse? You're free, and it's pathetic. This is a true curse. I'm trapped in this destiny until I die. Don't go telling me about how you understand what a real curse is to me." Naruto made a noise. "Well, I've got to say, it is rather disgusting. Any clan that can't defend itself on its own, without slaves and scapegoats, should die out. They're trying to cheat the laws of nature, and if they aren't fit to take care of themselves without such cowardly measures, they should have been destroyed then. Trying to cheat the most basic law of nature, survival of the fittest, will only make them weaker in the end. There's no rules they can write that will change that. I've lost a bit of respect for that clan. What cowards! Sending others out to face death instead of dealing with it themselves. Sounds weak to me." He looked up at the stands and found a white-eyed man standing up and glaring at him. "Still, what's it got to do with this? Who are you to tell me what my destiny is, or how cursed I am? Or what I can understand? You're just jealous because I found a way to change my destiny." Neji laughed. "What? Jealous of you? Don't be stupid." He got a mean look from Naruto and took a big step forward. "That's exactly it. On top of that, you actually think you've won." Neji had a bad mood. "You've already lost. It's pathetic to hear you talk big looking like that. You think you can continue? I've sealed up your chakra. You can't fight anymore. You've lost already. You're barely standing as it is. Like I said, I'm surprised you try that and think you've won. Those eyes of yours should be able to see it clearly. What good does it do you to seal up something that I'm not using anyway?" Naruto told her with a hard glare as he stood up straight. He had been pretending to be uncomfortable the whole time. "If you want to discuss philosophy and history, I'll be glad to meet with you later. This is a fight, and it's not even close to over yet." He clenched his fists and growled at him. "Your destiny is to lose to me. If you try to continue, I'll respond with lethal force. Give up, or you won't be around to regret it." Naruto took off. "Not a chance. If you've still not realized the truth, then those eyes of yours can't show it to you." The Hyuga boy bit his lip. "What?" He tried to back away, but 2 sets of hands appeared out of the ground and grabbed his ankles, stopping him. "No." His fist hit him right in the jaw, killing him. Then he flew back toward a tree inside the arena and hit the ground hard. "Bastard eye." He tried to get up, but 2 metallic clanks stopped him. He screamed in pain as they happened one after the other. "It can't be." One was around his left knee and clamped on his right elbow. He gasped and looked up in shock. He fell from the sky with his sword drawn. He had been sitting on a tree branch and stopped with it pressed against the neck of his opponent. That's 5. Hey. It looked like Neji was shocked and confused. What? How? I lost? Naruto frowned at him in a serious way. You just don't get it, do you? I've been using clones to position you for this since the battle started. You've never even touched the real me. A girl named Genma came up to Naruto. That's enough. The fight is over. Hyuga had big eyes. What? Naruto's 2 clones, who looked dirty and beat up, appeared on either side of him. They looked down at him and smiled before disappearing in puffs of smoke. The Naruto turned away. I wish you luck in dealing with your problems. It's none of my business anyway. I'll tell you this though, there's no such thing as no way out, and there's no such thing as an opponent that can't be beaten. He showed a smirk. He made the boy talk a lot on purpose so that he would be ready for the last blow and fall for his trap. He was telling his story that he didn't even notice what was going on around him. His head hit the ground, and tears came out of his eyes. I lost? As Naruto left the arena, the crowd cheered. Neji was being put on a stretcher. The man with the angry white eyes frowned at the blonde nin. He looked away and didn't care about him. It was the head of the main branch who looked down at the girl next to him. His younger sister was holding on to his robe and gazing up at him. As Neji was taken away, he got up and left the seats. Jean talked to him while he was carrying him. Even a caged bird will try to open the lock on the cage with its beak if it's smart. Naruto saw Sasuke's smirk as he walked back into the area. Pretty impressive. He never noticed you slip into that tree when you made those 3 clones at the start of the match. He never figured out that's where those extra clones were coming from. He could see Sakura looking at him. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. None of Neji's gentle fist attacks even hurt your clones. I noticed you take a few fake blood pills. I bet you could have taken him even without the clones. Right? Naruto gave a shrug. He didn't think it was necessary to explain, not sure. It's possible. It turned out that most of Neji's attacks had helped him. During his attacks, he pushed chakra into his body, trying to mess up his chakra lines by putting too much into them and overloading them. But they were empty, and the attacks only made him stronger. It would have messed up his chakra flow and done damage inside him if it had been normal. He likely could have beaten him in a fight, but he didn't want to chance the boy having something else planned for him if he found out. Sakura said, yes. She smiled and looked at him. Our next fight, it's just you and me. I'm looking forward to it. That was a surprise to Sasuke. Huh? Naruto gave a nod. Yeah. Should be a good fight. I'm looking forward to it as well. You've gotten pretty strong yourself. She said yes, yeah. You won't be able to trick me that easily. I know you're not that good in a straight fight. I've got a good shot at beating you. Naruto put his back against the railing and gave a nod. Maybe. We'll see. Sasuke said, yes. Don't forget, even if you get past him, you'll have to face me at some point. Same goes for you, Uzumaki. The nin with the hood laughed and nodded at the boy in green who was coming up behind them. Yeah. Well, you've got to get past him first. Rock Lee climbed on top of Sasuke. I'm looking forward to this. Don't think you've seen my true power yet. The boy from Uchiha nodded and scrunched up his face deeply. Yeah. That little game in the hall was nothing. This is a real fight. Lee smiled as he walked up the stairs. Come on then. I don't plan on losing, but I hope you're as strong as you say. Sasuke followed him and nodded as he put his hands in his pockets. As they walked into the arena together, he looked at the back of the boy's head with a hard, almost crazy glare. Yeah. Same to you. Hey. Naruto laughed. Well, this should be fun. She let out a sigh. Yeah. I just hope he uses his head. They'll probably just try to beat each other to death. The nin with the hood nodded. Yeah. He might surprise you though. We'll see. They stood still and watched the two walk out into the middle of the arena. Hinata gasped as she walked into the hospital. Brother Neji. Are you all right? On the way in, she saw her dad. He looked sad when he came out of the room. The girl didn't know, but he had just told the boy the truth about Neji's father's death. He had given up his life to save hers, and he had done it on his own free will. The man had found it hard to do. Hinata hadn't been following the games. She was still there after coming to wish her cousin luck. He had looked at her, frowned, and then pushed her out of the way as he went in. Genin, who had teammates in the matches, were the only ones who could get into the arena. Most of the time, the seats were set aside for judges, dignitaries, and representatives of the Junin. People in the village were not able to buy tickets. Her dad was there with her little sister. She was about to leave to go home when she saw her cousin being taken to the hospital on a stretcher. She was told to wait outside, and she was let in to see him once they were done dressing his wounds. She was with her father after her father went in first. After he left with her sister, he sent her in. They told her she could come in as long as she didn't get in the way. During the surgery, there was someone else in the room with him. On the edge of the bed, the boy had his head hung low. He took a moment to speak up, and his cheeks turned red. Yeah, that guy was really something. There was a little shock in Hinata's eyes. In what looked like very big bite marks, Neji had damage on one arm and one leg. She let out a gasp and turned a little pale. Even though his wounds were well bandaged, the blood made it look like someone bit him through the bandages. The medical nurses who were still in the room were all helping someone on the other side of the room at the same time. She briefly looked at the scene. They were putting out a lot of chakra, but she had come to see her cousin. It was a tone of voice that she had never heard from Neji before. He looked up at her. "What are you doing here? I wasn't expecting to see you. I just wanted to make sure you weren't seriously hurt. I hadn't left yet, and I saw them bring you in here." She turned her hand away and shook it. He looked at her. His voice wasn't very angry when he said, "You're always too kind." He didn't sound mad or upset at all with her. It was weird, and her cheeks turned a little red. She moved toward him. "Here it is. This is medicine that will help with your wounds. I hope that's okay." She gave him a small bottle of ointment. She always had a small amount with her. It was taken by him, and he looked up at her with a face that wasn't quite a smile. "Yeah. Thanks." The girl moved away. "Well, I'll let you get some rest. I just wanted to make sure everything was all right." After she left, her cousin looked at the bottle and shed a few tears. He told Hinata, "I'm sorry," but she hadn't heard him. He looked up and saw that she hadn't. The girl was shaking in the hall. "Oh, poor Neji. It looks like that monster almost ate him. How horrible." She ran away quickly because she didn't want to meet the thing again. She was sure it was somewhere in the room. It was likely busy with finals, but she didn't want a chance seeing it again. Neji laid down to rest, but on the other side of the room he saw something strange. He knew about it, but he hadn't had much time to think about it. While the curtain was drawn, a group of medical nin stood around a girl about his age. "Who?" The nin stood around her and sent out a lot of chakra. He lay there and watched for a while because his eyes could see through the wall. It was a girl, and bandages were covering her whole body. With a mask over her face, she was lying on her back. She wasn't moving and her eyes were wide open. As the nin stood around her, they put their hands on her and sent a lot of chakra into her body. He couldn't figure out what was strange about her under the bandages. The girl was still alive, but she was taking short breaths and staring up at the ceiling with glassy eyes. What the hell? 4 more medical nin rushed past him on their way to her. The nin who had been giving her chakra pulled back the curtain and left the scene so that the others could take over. As they walked by, he looked up at one of them. "Hey, who is that girl? What happened to her? Is she okay?" The medic and the others with him looked tired and worn out. He didn't know any of them other than the fact that they were in charge of the hurt students at the exam finals. "I'm afraid I can't give away details. I'm afraid that..." "No, she's not all right." The kid closed his eyes and nodded. The medical nin who had been working on her left the room because it was a scary scene. As they walked by him on their way out of the room, they all had sad looks on their faces. He had to look at the girl again. A little bit of fluid was coming out of her bandages. With care, the medical nurses moved her to a stretcher. It looked like one of her arms had been wrapped up and fell to the side as they moved. Like it didn't have any bones. One of the new medical ninjas barked at his friends, "Damn it. Be careful. She's barely holding together." As one of them carefully put her arm back on the stretcher with the rest of her. As they rolled her by on a gurney, someone else talked on the radio. "She's a mess. Have a team ready when we arrive. My God, I've never seen anything like this. What the hell happened to her?" As Hyuga sat down on his pillow, he frowned. Someone asked, "Who was that? What's going on?" He knew the room was for people who were in the tournament. Either someone from the crowd or someone who had been hurt in a fight before. That girl? He looked at her with wide eyes. It had to be the Yamanaka girl. There was a big problem with her. What the hell happened? Did Haruno hurt her? He asked. She only looked like she was out when they took her off the field. Sasuke and Rock Lee stood face to face. They were frowning at each other and giving each other a hard look. Shikamaru put his hands on the railing and turned his attention away from the fight. Huh? Where's Asuma-sensei going? He made a face and looked over at the boy. Huh? Something wrong? The boy said, yes. Yeah. Asuma-sensei just took off. I'm not sure I like the look on his face. Shoji took a little longer than usual to eat a bag of chips. Yeah. Did Ino leave? It's weird that she's not back yet. He caught Sakura's eye. Maybe she had to leave because she lost her match? Shikamaru gave a nod. Yeah. Maybe. Naruto gave the match a nod. They're about to start. If there is something wrong, there's nothing any of us can do. His frown turned into a nod, though. His head jerked back as he said, yeah, I guess you're right. The fat boy went after him, and the two of them walked away. 10-10 looked at them. Hey. Where are they going? He gave her a quick look and shrugged. Down to the infirmary, I guess. Ino isn't back yet. I'm guessing they're going to check on her. He caught Sakura's eye, and she turned her attention back to the fight. She held on to the rail and looked at Lee and Sasuke. The girl dressed in Chinese clothes said, yes. I guess. Naruto gave Sakura a frown. You should go and check. I can tell it's bothering you. The girl gave him a mean look. She's not on my team. I don't want to miss this. She seemed fine when they carried her off. The nin with the hood nodded. If you say so. Sakura gave him a quick look, then turned away and walked up the stairs. While she was leaving, Naruto turned back to face the match and didn't say a word. Sasuke stood in the middle of the arena and looked down at Lee. He smiled at him in a dark way. Lee had the same smile on his face. I had hoped to face you. Our last battle was less than satisfying. The boy from Uchiha agreed. As he stood up, he put his hands up and said, yeah. I've been looking forward to this myself. Lee got ready too. He put his hand out in front of him and his other arm behind his back. All eyes are upon us. Shall we show them the difference between hard work and genius? Sasuke laughed. If that's what you wanted, you should fight Naruto. I told you already. I'm a genius that works hard. The other person nodded. Yes. I hope that is true. Master Guy said something similar. Shall we begin? Uchiha made a plan. Anytime you're ready. Lee smiled with a sure look on his face. Then we begin. He charged forward and spinning kicked several times. Spinning leaf assault. Sasuke was able to block all of the blows and punch out with his arm. Lee grabbed his fist and hit him with his own. When Sasuke turned his head, he flipped back into a kick. The bowl-cut boy jumped back to avoid it, but he almost hit him in the jaw. They skidded away from each other and stood up straight. Lee used the back of his hand to wipe his mouth. He's faster than before. Sasuke was gone in a flash, and his eyes had already changed as his bloodline became clear. Lee blocked a kick to the head and put out his hand to hit the boy in the stomach, but the boy grabbed it. Sasuke wrapped his arm around his and pulled his leg out from under him. Rock Lee was able to grab himself with his hands, flip back to avoid the move, and land in a crouch. He was facing Sasuke when he was shot in the face, which knocked him out and sent him sliding across the ground on his back. Hey! He stood up and kicked himself straight up into the air. To attack, Sasuke tried to jump on top of him, but the strike made him twist around in the air, and he hit the boy in the chest with a backhand. Hey! Not bad. Just a split second after the blow, Lee got up and glared at his other fighter. Sasuke blurred and felt hands on his back. Yes. You're stronger than I thought. It's not enough. He sailed back as Sasuke put his foot on his back and flipped him over. What? He's this fast? There were two Sasuke in the arena at the time, but Lee didn't seem to notice, making it look like he was moving faster than he really was. At any given time, only one was in his line of sight. A big rock on one side of the ring was almost hit by Rock Lee, who then flipped over it. He got down on his knees and frowned as he climbed up on the rock. As he stood sideways in the middle of the ring, Sasuke looked at him with his hands in his pockets. Such speed. His opponent laughed. When Sasuke saw his opponent look up at his teacher, he said, "Stop messing around. You're not fast enough to beat me right now." He got a serious nod from Guy. Lee looked down at Sasuke with a smile and knelt down to take off his leg warmers. Uchiha laughed as it turned out that he had weights on his legs under the warmers. Hey, it looks like Naruto was right. This should be fun, he said, looking very proud until Lee threw them off the edge of the stone. They made very big craters when they hit, shook the whole arena, and left behind big clouds of dust. The eyes of Naruto got a little big. Whoa. Sasuke stopped grinning. Huh? You're kidding me. Lee jumped and landed without much force in front of him. A thrilling battle. You do not disappoint, Sasuke. Now, our true battle can begin. Uchiha's hands were no longer in his pockets. He made a face and clenched his fists together. This could be difficult. Naruto was happy. He yelled at his teammate, "Hey, that dope. Hey. I told you about running your stupid mouth, didn't I?" He got a mean look from Sasuke for a moment. He looked at his opponent and said, "Asshole." Before he turned his attention back to Lee, he moved into a ready position. Before he could stop, Rock Lee sped forward and attacked his opponent. The Uchiha boy was knocked out by a few blows. He quickly raised his hands to block a kick and a punch, but an uppercut to the jaw knocked him out and sent him flying backwards through the air. As the boy came up behind him, he spun and flipped in the air and kicked Lee with his leg. Rock was able to block the blow by crossing his arms, but he still couldn't attack. They got off the plane next to each other. Lee's frown was hard and serious. Sasuke made the same face and knelt down. Lee got up. "You're quite strong, I am grateful, but this ends now." Sasuke's eyes got narrow. "You think so?" His Sharingan wasn't going away, and it was still focused on his opponent. "As I already told you, I know those eyes are weak. You can't keep up with my speed." He charged forward with a bunch of spinning attacks. Leaf spinning whirlwind cyclone. The attack seemed to go right through Sasuke, making him disappear. Lee was amazed. Huh? Can it be? Uchiha hit his opponent in the back of the head with his foot. It looked like he popped out of the ground behind him. Lee was thrown high into the air, and it looked like the blow hurt a lot. Sasuke was behind him before he could reach the top of his speed. It looked like the move he had used against him in the academy building. Lee let out a gasp. The shadow of the dancing leaf? When they both hit the ground, his opponent kicked him in the ribs, turned around and elbowed him in the chest, punched him in the face, and then flipped over so that his heel was in the green. Clad boy's gut. Lion combo. He jumped back and knelt down not far away. Even though Rock was hurt, he rolled over on his side and got up a little more slowly than before. Ouch. I see. When Sasuke saw that his opponent wasn't down yet, he let out a growl. Damn. I was hoping that would do it. Lee smiled and ran ahead. I'm afraid not. He turned around and attacked again. Leaf Great Whirlwind. He jumped at Sasuke and did 2 spinning kicks. The first one went over his head, and the second one hit him in the crossed arms and threw him back. I have you. A green blur kicked Sasuke in the face and sent him flying high into the air. He gasped as he curled and flipped over in the air. It looked like he was trying to get his feet back on the ground. When Lee showed up behind the Uchiha boy, he looked shocked. Alright, let me show you how to do this move. He grabbed his opponent from behind and wrapped the chains around his wrists. First Lotus. Both of them crashed into the ground very quickly, making a huge hole in the ground. Naruto watched what was going on and laughed a little. 20. 10 seemed a little shocked. What? You're not worried? He might have been killed. The nin with the hood shook his head. Nope. Sasuke's been using his head. He never took that hit. The girl looked a little confused. Huh? Lee was confused as he looked at the empty bandages. Again, Sasuke came out of the ground behind him. He kicked the boy in the face as the boy turned around and said, "Thanks for showing me." Leaf Great Whirlwind Fist. Lee also took a blow to the gut and hit the arena wall so hard that it broke. Just as he raised his head, Sasuke punched him in the face and hit his head against the wall. He seemed happy as he looked at the scene. Hey. He's getting pretty good. Lee hasn't seen it yet. The girl next to him let out a gasp. Huh? What do you mean? Nin with a hood looked at her briefly. Sorry, I won't explain it if you can't see it. I won't give up my team like that. Sasuke was getting better at using shadow clones. He had purposely taken a few hits, and the dust clouds from those hits were covering up his jutsu. He was making a copy of himself to stand up for him instead of getting up himself. Then he disappeared into the ground. He had already done it twice in the battle, and Lee still hadn't figured it out. Rock was slowly coming out of his hole. The boy couldn't be that fast, so I thought it can't be? He matches my speed? How? It was not possible. Sasuke kneed him in the face, flipped him over his shoulder, and jumped on top of him while holding 2 kunai to his throat. He did this before he could react. Lee looked shocked as he looked into the Sharingan. The Uchiha boy took a smile. I can see what you're going to do, before you even think of it. The battle was over when Genma put her hand on Sasuke's shoulder and cut Rock's throat with her blades. Genma laughed as he looked down at Lee and said, "That's enough." After putting away his kunai, Sasuke put out his hand. I win. Lee smiled and nodded to show that he agreed. Yes. It's a shame I let my guard down so soon. I didn't even get to use my strongest move. Still, you won with honor, and I hope I lost with honor as well. Uchiha gave a puzzled look and nodded. Yeah. Good fight. When the battle was over, Naruto turned his head to look at the stairs. Sakura wasn't with Shikamaru and Choji as they walked out with their heads down. He frowned and looked back at the arena. As they walked by, he didn't say anything to them. Asuma-sensei. Shikamaru yelled as he ran to his teacher. He had his back against the wall and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. With his arms crossed, he looked at the ground. Choji was out of breath as he caught up to his friend. Hey. Where's Ino? Did she leave? The man turned to look at them. He puffed on his cigarette and said, "She's not here anymore." His eyes were a little red. A few more were lying at his feet, burned and crushed. He knew something was wrong because of the noise. What happened? She's not allowed to stay and watch the rest of the exam or something. Asuma stood up and put his hands on their shoulders. She was taken to the hospital. A new voice cut in and stopped the explanation. Sakura Haruno came around the corner behind them and looked at the teacher. What? Why? What happened? She asked. What happened to Ino? For a moment, the man gave her a mean look, but then his face softened. He frowned even more as he looked at the ground again and said, "You did." The girl stopped moving, and both boys looked at her again. WH. What? What do you mean? She was fine. I saw them carry her off. She wasn't injured. He looked up at her. It was her jutsu. The three of them looked at him. This made Shikamaru look shocked. Huh? Wait. You mean? It made Sakura sad. What do you mean? What happened to her? He looked at her with his eyes. He asked, you. What do you know about the Shin Ten Shin? He looked very serious. Haruno put her head down. She gave the best answer she could since she didn't know what to say. It's a mind control technique, she can use it to take over someone's body. Shikamaru made a face. He gasped and his eyes grew wide. Yeah. She tricked Ino into a shadow clone body and... No way. Asuma gave a serious nod. I'm afraid so. He and Sakura both talked at the same time. What are you talking about? The man turned his back on her and took a big drag on his cigarette. The Shin Ten Shin has a weakness. Any damage done to the body that her mind inhabits is also done to the body of the one who casts the jutsu. It's not intended for fighting, but as a spying jutsu. He observed Sakura. Misusing it can get the one who uses it killed. Sakura seemed to be lost. What do you mean? Her eyes showed real fear. She saw Asuma look at her. I can't blame you for this. Especially since it seems you were unaware, but... when you broke the jutsu and dispersed your clone. It may well have killed her. The kunoichi with pink hair fell to her knees as she turned white. WH. What? It began to rain tears on her face. They both looked horrified, Shikamaru and Choji. They couldn't talk to each other, and Choji's bag of snacks fell off his feet. Asuma put his head down. She's to blame. I told her not to depend on it this way. I said it so many times that I lost count. Kakashi came around the bend. When he saw what was going on, he stopped and hung his head. Great. He didn't move while Asuma talked to the kids. When you broke the jutsu, her body became dangerous. It took a while, but she's now in very bad shape. She was taken to the hospital, and now none of you can do anything. Now, go back to the test. Tonight you won't be able to see her. Asuma looked at the three of them and gave Sakura a mean look. Haruno. She looked at him. She had tears running down her face and her jaw was hanging open. I. The man made a mean face at her. Keep in mind what the Hokage said. When you took this test, you all put your lives at risk. Ino knew this just like you did. When she looked up at him, she was scared. She's gone? I killed her? He turned his head away. No. She's still alive. I'm not sure if she will live or die. There are other nin who would have given up their lives for these tests, and she's not the first one to die or get hurt in this one. He frowned and gave her a mean look. You all. Back to the tests. You can't do anything about it, and you all have other things to do. Kakashi went over to Sakura and put his hand on her shoulder. Shikamaru and Choji both cringed at the look their teacher was giving them. They moved away from him. Nara almost looked as scared as Sakura did. It was pale and shaking for Choji. As the girl was led away, her teacher kept a firm but gentle hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him. Choji and Shikamaru stumbled ahead of him as they left. He came across as very serious. All right, come on. You can't stay here any longer, and Asuma needs some alone time right now. Nara let out a gasp. Needs to be by themselves? Ino's is. Kakashi gave a nod. Yes. She's not fit to see any of you right now. Right now you can't do anything about it. Choji looked like he was mad and upset with him. What? Do you mean we should just go back? She had her hands out in front of her and her head between her shoulders because she was shaking. I'm not sure if I can do it. I need to do something. Her teacher talked to all of them in a firm but kind way. Yes. You all have an exam to finish. Trust me, I know how you feel. But you should all learn something from this. Sakura was shocked and stunned as she looked up at him. She turned away from him and leaned against the wall. What? Find out something? I hit. They all had to wait for Kakashi. The two of them stopped moving and looked at her. Yes. What if there is a death on your team while you are on a mission? Are you sure you'll have time to cry then? Even if you killed them by accident. You need to finish your mission and do what you're supposed to do. The three of them were very pale and had their jaws dropped as they looked at the man. The man with gray hair took off his chest guard on his Sharingan and pointed to it. Trust me, I know how you feel. I won't tell you about it again, so don't ask. When I lost a good friend and teammate, I got this eye. Just like you should now, I still had to finish my mission. This is ninja life. You must all be ready to die. Not just your enemies, but also your friends. All three of them did was stare at him with wide eyes. All of them were very pale and shook as if they were shocked and scared. He put his hand over his eye and walked away, leaving them standing there. I won't stop you if you think you can't go on. You should stop being a ninja if you can't. You should not do this if you cannot handle it and finish what you began. He put his head down and stopped before the corner. There will be time to grieve or help her get better later. You can't do anything right now. You are not medical ninjas. You need to take care of other things first, and seeing her will only get in the way. I said I wouldn't stop you from leaving, but please don't go to Ino right now. Instead, go home. I will let you know as soon as we have more information. The three of them stood still and watched him walk away. It looked like everyone was shocked. Sakura was crying and hugging her shoulders. It was pale and shaking, and Shoji was staring at the floor. The fat boy sniffled. Ino. When the kunoichi hit the ground, she shook and cried. After that, she sat on her heels, rocked back and forth, and shook in silence. Shikamaru barked as he looked at his fist. He looked at Shoji and was pale. Come on. The boy was shocked and looked at him. Moving a few feet ahead of him, his friend wiped his eyes and put his hands in his pockets. What? You can't mean that. Nara turned around and looked at him again. Either come or go. I'm going back because Kakashi said so. I can't do anything anyway. Right now I'm not going to go near Asuma-sensei. He looks different from how I've seen him before. I don't want to just wait at home because I don't have anything else to do. He hung his head and turned around to go back to the arena. Sakura let them both go and stayed on the floor, where she could see the pool of her tears below her knees. She cried and leaned against the wall. I'm sorry, Ino. I didn't mean to. She was mean to her, and some of the things she said hurt her deeply and kept going through her mind. The kunoichi hit the wall with her head. The shield on her forehead kept it from hurting. She got up and took it off. It looked a little worn, and she could see a fuzzy sign on the surface. A few tears fell on top of the leaf thing. The girl leaned her forehead against the wall and looked at the metal of her headband. She shut her eyes. What can I do? She slammed her fist into the wall and let out a scream of pain and anger. Bricks broke when she hit them with her fist. A few small pieces of stone fell out of the hole she made when she pulled her hand away. She didn't care that her knuckles were red and bleeding a little. The girl moved back and looked down the hall, first toward the exit and then back toward the arena. Ino. She closed her eyes tight and clenched the headband. I'm sorry. She looked in the direction of the door. Don't die. I really want you to do well on this test. She hit the wall with her fist once more, but this time it went through the bricks all the way to her elbow. I want you to get strong. That's why I ask you to forgive me. She shut her eyes and tried her best to hold back her tears. She bit her teeth and sniffled a little. As she tried to calm down, she looked up at the ceiling and took a few deep breaths. She looked in the direction of the door. Let me tell you myself. You jerk, don't you dare die. She turned her back on the arena, put her forehead guard back on, and walked back toward the finals. Sakura stood next to Naruto. Sasuke was leaving the field. It was clear she had been crying because her eyes were red. It looked like she was paying attention. Not going to ask? She had a little tension in her voice. Even though the last game was over, the crowd was still cheering, but it was getting slower. The boy took a quick look at her. It looks like you don't want to talk about it. I'd love to hear it if you do. The girl said, yes. You're right. When she turned around, she saw Choji and Shikamaru. Nara had a serious frown on his face as he looked out over the arena. His eyes seemed far away but still focused. The fat boy had his back against the railing and his head was hanging. Haruno looked at the arena. Without taking his hands out, Sasuke walked up to him. As he walked up next to Sakura and Naruto, he didn't say anything and frowned at them. She didn't look at him, she looked at the field. I take it you won? You weren't watching? He looked a little surprised, but not too upset about it. The girl shut her eyes. I had to take care of something else. So, we're all still in it, right? He won, right? Rock Lee was nearby. He looked tired, but not too much worse off than Sasuke. Just as Uchiha was about to speak, Naruto spoke up. Only just by the teeth. He won't listen when I tell him to stop talking trash. He could have had a better time if he would have shut up for once. He gave him a quick look and a nod. Don't look so proud. He would have beat you up if you had gone after him straight on, and you know it. They saw Sasuke cross his arms and turn his head away from them. He closed his mouth and growled a little. Yes, yes. I see it. Shut up, please. Rock Lee looked a little worn out, but Tenten was standing next to him. Guy stood next to him and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. His head was hanging. Tenten smiled at him. You did well. Guy said yes. Yes. You did great, I'm proud of you. A battle that was important and a great fight. Lee smiled and nodded. Thank you, Guy. I promise that I will work harder at the gym and do better next time. He was crying. The man put his arm around the boy's shoulders and nodded as tears ran down his face. I have faith in you. Now all we can do is cheer for our friend. Let's do our best and help her as much as we can. Lee said yes, then stood up with his fist balled up and a look of determination in his eyes. Yes. 10. I am going to give you my best and wildest cheer. I promise, yes. Exuberance from youth will shine through again. Guy joined Lee in his proud pose. 10 smiled and rolled her eyes as she turned away from them. When she looked at Shikamaru, the boy was frowning deeply and staring out at nothing. She got a little red. I guess it wasn't good news. It was clear from the look on his friend's face. She was a little bratty, but I wish her well. Shikamaru didn't seem to hear her. Sakura had also come back. She looked a little messy, but she was focused and serious. 10 looked out over the field. I don't think things will go well for me. I'm going to do my best and not lose. They were all being watched by the Sand Trio. Kankuro took a quick look at Gaara, but the boy saw nothing important. Tamari gave Lee a smirk. I didn't think that kid was that strong. Sasuke is very good. Kankuro gave her a mean look. Who cares? The next game was called out. Genma rang their bell. Gaara and Kankuro. The boy dressed in kabuki shot his teammate a quick look. Gaara didn't do anything. I forfeit. His brother didn't say a word except for a small smirk. Tamari didn't seem too shocked. Probably the smartest thing you could have done. Kankuro looked mad, but he didn't say anything. Genma only looked a little shocked. Okay. Then on to the next game. This is Shikamaru and 10. Nara frowned and seemed to come back to the real world. No changes needed. That hurts. As 10 walked by, she looked at his back with her eyes level. He followed her slowly and put his hands in his pockets as he went. Naruto smiled and nodded as he passed. Good luck. He let out a loud snort and went down the stairs. Nara walked out into the arena to face the girl who looked like she couldn't wait. 10 made a face. Hurry up, would you? The kid snapped his tongue. Why are you so rushed? We have a lot of time. She gave him the cold shoulder and popped her neck. I'm ready to begin. That's enough for me. I'm ready to fight, but you're getting in the way. He sighed. That's so annoying. I would fight a girl in the end. What a pain. She looked him straight in the eyes. For that, I'll show you what pain is. He laughed. Geez, an impatient and pushy one at that. He scratched his shoulder. I'm now here. Let's finish this up. 10-10 smiled. He looked like he was busy or not interested, which could be good for her. You don't really care about me. I'm going to kick your behind. The boy moaned and nodded. Yes, yes. I'd rather just chill out, but I guess I don't have a choice. Naruto laughed from above, where people were waiting. Let's see how he deals with this. It looks like it will be fun. He is pretty smart. Sakura just nodded and kept quiet. Sasuke didn't seem very interested, so he leaned back against the wall again. He sat down to take it easy for a while because he was still a little sore from his last game. That sand kid was his next opponent. Oh no. I hoped to see him fight before I had to go up against him. Naruto looked at his teammate over his shoulder and gave him a nod. Yeah. It would have been good. That makes me think I'm lucky. I'll be able to look at him unless he gives up in the next match. Sasuke sees Gaara frown at the nin with the hood. Hey. It's not likely to happen. The blonde ninja said, yes. Yeah. Not me either. It doesn't look like him. His eyes have been on the two of us for a while now. But I'm not sure I'm excited about it. I know a musclehead like you is. Hey. Sasuke frowned and looked at Gaara. Yup. I think he'll still need to be careful. He has a bad look on his face. Naruto looked very serious. Keep using your head like that, and you'll be all right. Sasuke leaned back against the wall a little more and hung his head. So what? Watch out that Sakura doesn't kick you in the butt. It would make me feel better to hit you later than her. The girl didn't say anything, and the boys both looked a little shocked. Naruto took a quick look at her, but Sasuke chose to ignore it and hang his head to calm down. There was a nod from Haruno toward the arena. Hey. It's beginning. When our match comes up, you can worry about me. To answer that, Sasuke raised his head a little. He wasn't sure which one she was on the phone with. Naruto nodded and then turned to face the battle. Things were not the same with Sakura. What he could do was wait and see. He wasn't sure if it was good or bad. He smiled a little as he looked at Shikamaru. Let's see if that brain of his is good for something besides strategy games.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.